Welcome everybody to this meeting. Make sure you please silence your cell phones, etc. We're going to get started. Thank you so much. I'm going to call this meeting to order and ask you to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We do have a quorum, and before we launch into the agenda and election of officers, I want to welcome Director Dave Pearson for his first meeting. Welcome. First meeting after all the meetings for appointments. All right, election of officers is our first item of action today. And where did I see it? We're going to have public comment. I'm just looking for the item in there. Thank you, Ms. Madrid. All right. I do have public comment on this item. The first item is election of Board of Director officers. And so before we do any nominating, I would like to hear from Karen Dean, followed by Tina Dickinson. If you would like to speak on this item, please get a slip in the entryway and put your name on it and provide it to Ms. Madrid, and we will get you up in order. Thank you very much, Ms. Dean.
There we go. Karen Dean, Cambria. I too would like to welcome our new director, Dave Pearson. I've had several opportunities to speak to him and get a feel for what he thinks of our community, and I think he's going to be a great director. Welcome. Over the past few months, we've had a lot of disruption on the board with the vacancies and the filling of the vacancies, a lot of vitriol and confusion and division. We now have new directors in place, but I think we need to maintain some continuity. I don't think we need any more changes right now. And I would like to see Director Rice remain as president. She's done an excellent job in this past year running these meetings. She's shown respect and politeness and fairness to the community and the fellow members on her board. This is the first opportunity she's had to be president after being passed over several times. And I think for continuity, I think we need to remain the way we are. Director Farmer has only had the opportunity to be vice president for 2 months. And I think it would be fair for him to serve a full year. We have new directors, Wharton and Pearson, who've only been on the board for a month and 2 to 3 months for Director Wharton. I don't think they've had quite enough experience yet to become an executive officer. Director Barringer has had the opportunity to be president and vice president. So I think it's only fair that the other directors remain in place as the officers. If you are going to insist on rotation, which I think some people are, based on the fact we have 2 directors who I don't think have had quite enough experience, to me it makes sense that the next person to be president, if you were going to rotate, would be Harry Farmer, with Amanda being vice president, since though Barringer has done a great job as being president and vice president when he was, he's had the opportunity to do both positions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tina Dickinson, and if you would like to speak, please get a speaker slip in.
Good afternoon, President Rice and Board, and I too welcome you, David Pearson, as the newly appointed director to the board. I echo all of what Ms. Dean has just said, but what I bring to you today, I'm afraid I can't elaborate more on that, but to this. So my name is Tina Dickerson, and I am a resident of Cambria. I would like to report on an incident that occurred during the recess period of the CSD board meeting on December 11th, 2017. During this recess that the president asked for, I took a break. I left the building for a few minutes to speak to Director Wharton out that door. I then became the victim of an incident perpetrated by Director Beringer. I filed a report with the San Luis Obispo County Sheriff's Office that same day, later in the day, early evening, and can inform you that this criminal report is currently under review by the San Luis Obispo County District's Attorney's Office. I have received a letter to confirm that. In view of this pending investigation, I urge you, the board, to vote against any motion or of nomination in favor of Director Beringer becoming either president or vice president of this CCSD board. Respectfully, Tina Dickerson.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Elizabeth Bettenhausen, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am we have just heard something very, very important, and I understand that it's a very difficult time in the whole country today, and certainly here in town on many issues, and we know that similar things have happened in this town to what Ms. Dickerson has just reported. I want to take a deep breath, actually. I have written to you, board members, about this election. You know my position. And I really agree with Ms. Jean that there is a certain need for solid continuity, as I've said to you. I am, as you know, something in my synapses have dollar signs and cent signs in them all the time. And so I really am very concerned about comments that I have heard from some board members that the town doesn't pay enough attention to finance or doesn't pay any. Comments I've heard that finance really isn't that important. We should look at other things. And therefore, I want to urge you to elect the two members of the board, not the two new ones. I congratulate you, gentlemen, on your public service willingness these days. That's a little mind-boggling because you aren't radical rightists. So that's fascinating. But I will urge you to elect for another full term the current president and the current vice president. Why? Because in my years listening to them, before they were elected and since, they have consistently raised issues of fiscal responsibility by the board and the staff. Now, I'm not saying that everybody else is inept. That's not my point at all. You will all have your turns, but at the moment, we have and I hate to use this word, I don't think I ever use it in my emails about this to people, but we have a crisis financially. And we will talk more about that later today. But in this district, we don't have extra pennies. In fact, we don't have enough. President Rice and Vice President Farmer have my total trust, not in everything by a long shot, my total trust on monitoring and caring for the financial base of this district. And if that were the only issue before us, that would be sufficient reason to put them back into this same office. I think they understand the interconnections between all this stuff. And I urge you, for the sake of the community as a whole, to elect them to the office of President and Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the compliment, too. Dwayne Lee, followed by Mike Lyons.
Dwayne Lee, Cambria resident. Good afternoon, Madam President, Board, staff, and citizens of Cambria. Today you elect officers for 2018. With 2 new board members, it would seem to me that this coming year it would be best for continuity to retain the current officers of the CCSD board, President Amanda Rice and Vice President Harry Farmer. This was done by the board in 2015, keeping President Gail Robnett and Vice President Mike Thompson in their positions for another year for 2016. Why would it be best for the continuity of the board? Keep in mind, 2 of the directors now on the board are filling vacated positions, and the 3rd seat is up for re-election. This makes the only known returning board members after the election later this year President Rice and Vice President Farmer. So, if we do have 3 new CCSD directors elected in November this year, it would be best for Cambria to have experience in the leadership positions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Lyons is my last request to speak.
Thank you very much. It has been my New Year's resolution to not speak as often as I would like to, and I had no intention of saying anything at all today, but merely observing. But I cannot stand by with the kind of comments that I've just heard from 3 of our local citizens, one of which accused unfairly a director who cannot defend himself in this forum. The other seconded that accusal by saying, and I quote, "Similar things have happened in this community," unquote, as if the same director had been accused of other things before. This is not the forum to assassinate someone's character. And also, I hate to be negative. This is not my normal mode of speaking, but as long as we are discussing the characteristics of those who could be board president and vice president, I must disagree that President Rice ran the meetings exceptionally well, according to one of our local citizens. I recall distinctly when she rudely interrupted another director, spoke over him, used her gavel aggressively, and answered a question that was not directed towards her. And if her organizational skills were on display in any of the appointment meetings, I didn't see them. She was not prepared, didn't know the format, should have been prepared, and should have run more orderly meetings, and to her own admission, meetings that she would have known the agenda in advance. So I don't see that she's earned the right to be the president again, just for continuity's sake. I would prefer someone who was on the board as president during a time when there was more civility and more progress. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is that on this item? Okay. Please, Leslie. Thank you. Leslie Richards.
Excuse me. I'm sick as a dog, but I have to make a statement here. I 32-year resident of Cambria, Leslie Richards. I've known Amanda Rice for about 20 years, and she has done a phenomenal job here. Talk about character assassination. You just got walloped by Mr. Lyons here, and I just am shocked. I think that we should stay the course. We have a lot of issues on the plate right now that we have to deal with, like the CDP. I know that Amanda Rice and Harry Farmer have been actively involved with Dean Flores, Sacramento, what's going on with the Coast Commission. They've done an excellent job in a very difficult situation here. And by the way, congratulations, Mr. Pearson. I haven't had a chance to meet with you or discuss with you any of the issues here, but congratulations on the board. And again, I've known Amanda for 20 years. She's done an excellent job at NCAC. She's an excellent chair. She knows the actual parliamentary rules of conduct. I don't see her being aggressive with a gavel. I think this is ridiculous. I think she's done an excellent job in a very, very difficult situation. again, we need to stay the course. We have to deal with these agencies, and Amanda and Harry both have had, in fact, Dean Flores was up here praising the relationship he had with the president and vice president of the board, our lobbyist, and their participation. So, again, I think we should stay the course, just like Mr. Sanders had said about Gail Robinette during that time frame. He gave an impassioned speech on how if you change horses in midstream, it was going to cause us a lot of detriment. I think it's the same situation here. So I hope that you choose Amanda Rice as president again and Mr. Farmer as vice president for this round. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I hand it over to the vice president to open the nominations for president, I just want to say there will always in this town, I'm sure, be people who have multiple opinions depending on what day it is. I have different opinions. And I think that it's important to be respectful of everyone's opinions. I'd also like to say that I thought long and hard about whether or not it was even something that I would want to do to continue as president. And one of the things that I think it's important to make note of is that if it were to happen that we don't do rotation, I think that it's important that we, for continuity's sake, that we make an effort to go for continuity going forward so that whoever's vice president this year is going to be able to be president next year. And when I look at it, there's three directors that will be up for election in November that we don't know whether or not they will be reelected. And so it makes sense to me to have Harry serve as on the executive committee, or not executive committee, to be one of the officers. And I just wanted to make that, and I'm also not up for election, which means that there could be continuity going forward, and we could return to the rotation where the vice president becomes the president in the following year, because that does provide for continuity, and it's one of the things that last year we didn't have, because I was president and Director Sanders was vice president, and he hadn't been an officer the previous year. So that we need to kind of get back to the continuity and stability of having vice president to president. So that's my reasoning why it would make sense. I think there's a lot to be said, and I appreciate the folks that have given their input. With that, Harry, Director, Vice President Farmer.
Cool. I went from Harry to Director to Vice President, all in one breath. Well, thank you, President Rice. So I am taking the time right now to open nominations for the office of President, and I'd like to take the initiative at this point in time to nominate President Rice to continue as President, and I'd like to give my reasons if we don't mind. It seems as in the recent years we've always been at some critical juncture with regard to what the future what future we were facing here at the district, whether it's financial, with regard to obtaining permits, whatever. And these issues still exist after all these years. Twice in the past, and the word was, and by the way, I think all of us on the board, I want to speak for all of us on the board here, we appreciate all the comments that were made by the public here to give us further food for thought. So twice in the past, for purposes of continuity, I'm quoting a couple of folks that got up and spoke, a decision was made to retain the same leadership in successive years. As was also commented on, in the past, President Rice, when it was her turn to serve as both Vice President and President, she was passed over. And at one of those points when she was meant to serve as Vice President, she was ignored, and then when she was turned to be president, Gail Robinette served for another term as president. But what I want to comment on, and I think we're all pretty aware of this, that during the time that President Rice has been on this board, and including the times when she was passed over to be, as I said, vice president and president, she has gained more knowledge, made real strides in cultivating meaningful and productive relationships with various individuals and agencies. She's constantly attending meetings in San Luis Obispo. She goes up to Sacramento to touch base with important people up there, including our I hesitate to use the word lobbyist, Dean Flores. She stays in constant contact with him. She's, how could I say it, has improved relationships with all of the agencies, whether they're local, from county planning to the Board of Supervisors, to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, as well as various agencies, including the Coastal Commission up in Sacramento. So I would say at this point in time, nobody on this board has the knowledge or the skill set or works harder. I want to stress that, or works harder to serve the board, the district, and the ratepayers and the residents of this community. I also want to make one more comment, following up on what Mr. Lyons said. I can understand his remarks. I would say that even President Rice would acknowledge that there has been points during her tenure as president when she did kind of drop the ball. But I would also say this, that everybody that I know that has been on this board since I've been on the board, including myself, has had times when we've left this meeting and said, well, I really kind of messed up there. Granted, President Rice has a little more visibility in that because she is president. But it's a learning curve, and I think with each passing month, we could say that her performance has gotten better, and she has served, like I said, not just this board, but this district and this community well. And therefore, I nominate Amanda Rice to continue as president of the Board of Directors of the CCSD. Thank you. And I ask for a second.
I second.
I now call for a vote of the other members of the board.
I was going to suggest you see if there are any other nominations.
Are there any other nominations? Thank you. It's a learning curve for me, too.
Right. Normally the sequence is to take the nominations and move them all forward one by one. If they get a second, they're voted on. A little bit different, but just wanted to make sure that someone had the opportunity to.
Well, not hearing any further.
I'm not sure if I'm recognized. Am I recognized?
Well, should I recognize him? Excuse me. It's a learning curve.
Thank you, Vice President
actually,
Farmer.
I do recognize that.
I recognize you, Harry.
Right here.
And I recognize you, Vice President Farmer. Thank you. I nominate Director Jim Behringer for the position of President for the CCSD Board.
I'll second it.
Point of order, we have a motion on the floor, and this seems unusual to have two motions on the floor at the same time. How do we then vote for that?
Well, you do them in sequence. What should have happened is you take the nominations, you don't actually second until their name comes forward. So you move through each one, and if someone's nominated, seconded, and voted in, you don't go to the next person. At this point, I think you just take you first, and if you're in, then you never have to go to the next one. So the procedure was not as set forth in the staff report.
All it says is accept nominations from board members.
Close nominations and then vote.
I guess I don't remember that being the process before. Thank you for the explanation.
Can we have more nominations?
Are there any further nominations? I'm being coached right here. It's embarrassing, but it is the way it is.
I will nominate the newest director, Dave Pearson.
Do we have a second? Okay.
So So we'll take the first one first. So for President, Amanda Rice.
Vice President Farmer,
Yes?
Director Pearson, Director Wharton,
No.
Director Berenger,
No.
President Rice.
Yes. Thank you. We are going to attempt to do the Vice President as it's explained in the agenda. And sorry, I had to put Vice President Farmer on the spot there.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like I'm capable of doing the job.
It's your first time. You were on the spot. I'd like to open nominations for the office of Vice President. I would take nominations for Vice President from members of the board. Director Wharton,
I'll nominate Director Jim Beringer for position of Vice President.
are there further nominations for Vice President? I nominate Vice President Farmer. Are there further nominations for Vice President?
I nominate Director Wharton.
All right. We will take those in the order they were nominated. Yes, is that correct? I just want to make sure I've got the procedure correct. So the first is Director Berenger for Vice President.
Director Wharton,
Aye.
Director,
Normally, now you get the second and then vote on it. Yeah, because there hasn't been a second. But you can,
But Director Berenger had seconded it, though, I think, didn't
Had he?
you?
okay. Sorry.
No, that's all right. We're going to put these in the procedures we're going to work on this year so that it's much more clear for the next time around. Yes, thank you.
If I could make a comment, I think I've already set the tone for confusion. So if it happens to anybody else, I started it.
So Director Berenger was the second on that one.
Director Wharton,
Yes.
Director Berenger,
Yes.
Director Pearson,
Yes.
Vice President Farmer,
It appears it's already a majority, so I'll just go ahead and I'll say yes.
President Rice.
No. Thank you. That passes 4-1. Vice President Berenger, welcome to the team.
Thanks for your welcome.
All right. Now to the fun part of the meeting. Are there any additions or deletions from the agenda regarding the regular business of the agenda? I don't think there are any changes. No? All right. Then we can go to our report for public safety. Commander Vogue, welcome today. It's good to have you here.
Good afternoon. It's good to be here. And I nominate, no, I'm not. That's over with, right? Harry will tell me if I'm out of order. He's got it down pat now, so. Okay, well, good afternoon. I think we have some good news, and I'll let you know about it. We had 113 calls for service this last month, 17 suspicious circumstances, criminal acts, or subjects. Only one phone scam, grandson in jail, phone scam. And somebody representing the good grandson. But luckily that didn't come to fruition. It was just an attempt. 20 disturbing the pieces, which is up a little bit. Check the welfare, 14. Petty thefts, 4. And 1 burglary, and this was the burglary of the pickleball shack behind the old grammar school. Somebody damaged the door, got in and got there. There's a big bowl that takes donations in there, and they got that from there. So. But that's the only burglary reported this month. Notable incidents. Cambria Pines Lodge, a bicycle was stolen. The only reason I put that in there, it's a black BMX with gold rims and black spokes. So if you see a BMX with gold rims, give us a call. That was on the 16th. On the 19th of December, 2000 block of Pitt Place, a lady was escorting a male outside of her residence. They knew who the male was because he had been invited to the party they were having, and there was alcohol involved, and when he was escorted out, he decided to turn around and smash her in the face and knocked her out and caused 4 sutures later on, and a criminal filing was sent to the DA's office regarding that. 2200 block of Leona Drive, a parolee was arrested for a parole violation. Fiscalini Ranch Preserve on the 6th of January, transient individual was walking along and saw Fiscalini Ranch and thought it would be a great place for camping and started setting up his tent. And somebody called us right away, and we went there and gave him a warning and got his identifying information and told him that there was no camping there. And while he was leaving, we noticed on his belt he had a badge. And it wasn't a San Luis Obispo Sheriff's deputy, but it did say Los Angeles County Fire Captain on it. So we asked him where he got the badge, and he said a friend gave it to him in Malibu. And we said, is that friend a fire captain? He said, no, he got it from somebody else. Anyway, long story short, we called up LA County, and they said he shouldn't have the badge, but it wasn't reported stolen. So we shipped it on them FedEx and let him go along his way. 2000 block of Sky on the 7th, we had a man arrested for felony domestic violence. On the 10th, the 1000 block of Main Street, we had somebody throwing rocks at this building and broke 2 panes at the Vets Hall. Found the rocks inside. So, and then last but not least, and I keep this there because it's a little bit humorous, first of all, that a man my age was involved in an arrest, but the circumstances on the 9th at about 8:30 at night, and you know we close the sidewalks at 8:30 at night around here, especially on cold winter nights, and this was, as I said, on the 9th, so it just rained. Remember, we had those 2 days of rain. We got a report of a man running down Main Street with a towel, only wearing a towel, and running from the gas station this way. So I decided to, while the deputy was talking with the reporting party, I decided to get down here and see if I could apprehend said man. I got down to the Jocelyn Center, and there he was, running right, just like Forrest Gump, right in the street, except he had lost the towel by this time. He was angry. He had some mental health issues, obviously, because it was freezing outside. It looked like he wanted to fight, so I was a little scared, but I stopped him, and the other unit came up there, and I got the handcuffs on him, and he was well put together. Let's put it that way. He was solid and strong, looked like he was 50 years old, and I had we call it 2 clicks on the handcuffs, so, he had pretty solid arms. He thought his parents were trying to kill him. He didn't know where his parents were, but they were trying to kill him. He didn't know what happened to his clothes, and he wanted to fight, but luckily it wasn't with me. So anyway, we put him in the car and took him on a welfare and institution code 5150. So we put him in some place safe and warm, and hopefully he'll get better. The good news I wanted to tell you is that during this last year, we had some pretty good results. When I look at the health of a community, I'm always looking at what we call repressible crimes. And repressible crimes are crimes that we think that we can have an impact on. Such as crimes against property, burglaries, auto thefts, foot patrols. We have very few auto thefts even in this county. Burglaries, we had 27 in 2017, 29 in 16, so that's only 2 different, but at least it's a downward trend. But the biggest remarkable part was thefts. We had 74 in 2016 in Cambria and only 47 last year in 2017. So you always try to find, besides taking full credit for it, you always try to find the real reason why something like this occurred. And one thing I noticed was foot patrols. Our foot patrols in 2016 were 28. 2017 were 112. And a lot of these thefts are thefts from cars, meaning that they go into unlocked cars and find out which one is open and take whatever they can take out of there. So a lot of times it's transient people that, and the reason why I say that is because they're opportunistic crimes. They're not the typical window smash, going in there and taking something and leaving. So that's quite a difference, and it shows that hopefully some proactive police work yielded some very good results as far as reducing crime. So other than that, I have nothing else to report. If you have any questions at all.
Are there any questions? Director Wharton.
When we were dealing with the homeless issues in the last couple of meetings, there was one gentleman, and I did report him to the sheriff's deputies. He started over in the West Village by the Bluebird, or the East Village by the Bluebird. I was down at the new dog park, and I could hear him cursing and just threatening. So I took a drive up Main Street to see who it was, and he's just wildly walking, and people were going out of their way to go around the gentleman. And I still see him in town. I still see the same behaviors. I still see. Is there any kind of outreach we can do to help the gentleman? Is he refusing help? I'm sure you know who I'm talking about.
Right. I know who you're talking about because 2 Sundays ago I saw the same gentleman, and I was at the pickleball courts, and I made a call to dispatch and sent one of my deputies because of the same thing. He was shouting, cursing, walking down the sidewalk. As my son, the district attorney, told me, he has his right to yell, and as long as you're not yelling fire in a crowded room or, he has that free speech. Our biggest thing, what we look at, is there a crime involved? Did he commit a crime? If he didn't commit a crime, being mentally ill is not obviously a crime, but we do have that ability to take people into custody if they're a danger to themselves or others under the Welfare and Institution Code for a 72-hour hold. So what we usually do in a situation like that, because he's acting very erratically, is stop him, talk to him, find out, and we're really checking the welfare of him at that point, as long as nobody, reported a crime. And believe it or not, because I know firsthand that as soon as he is stopped by us, it's not like he's acting like everybody here, but the anger subsides and he starts speaking normal to us. So it's one of those unfortunate situations with mental health. And a lot of people don't take their meds. They're on meds, but they won't take their meds. And why? It's kind of a catch-22. Well, they're mentally ill, so they don't take their meds. Something that's going to make them better. But why don't they take their meds? Because they're mentally ill. So we keep having that revolving. So what we try to do is do everything we can. The other part of that, as you well know, we have that community action team, that CAT team, and we try. And there's a lot of people that that are chronically homeless that are in this town that we've made every effort to try to get them services, and a lot of times they will not participate in the services. Particularly people, like to drink a lot or use other substances, services won't take them in on a situation like that. But that doesn't stop us. So if we have something as far as the crime goes, we'll take that action. If not, we check the welfare. If he's disturbing the peace, that's something that gives us a little bit. But you know what? The most important thing is that you call. Don't ever think, I don't know if it's a crime or not. Give us a call. We get a lot of these, and a lot of times they end up, we had just the other day, we had a parolee down here as a transit, and he was a parolee at large. So he was wanted by parole for not checking in and for basically escaping parole. So you never know who you're talking to, and it does give us that reasonable suspicion to stop and detain and figure out what's going on, and particularly their welfare, which is important. But thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right. Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you.
This time is the time for public comment. If you would like to make a comment on items not on the agenda, this would be the time to do so. I don't have any slips right now, so I'm going to assume that we don't have any public comment not on the agenda. That is one for the record books. Nobody likes us, I guess. Or
no, maybe they really like us.
Or they came to talk about what's on the agenda, which is appropriate. Mr. Gruber, manager's reports.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. I've got a lot to cover in my general manager's report. I did also ask District Engineer Bob Greshams to give an update on the progress that we're making regarding the blending for the impoundment basin and getting that project up to date. So he's got some slides he wants to go over. And then, as you see on the agenda, we're going to have Finance Manager Hernandez give a brief update on the district's current financial status. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about my general manager's report because I do want to circle back around at the end. If there's any questions, let me know, because I do want to spend the majority of the time going over our operational goals as department managers for 2018, which includes 2 fiscal years, actually. So I should have a PowerPoint, AGP, on some infrastructure improvements, and then if it's okay with the board, if I could go into my goals, our goals for the organization, I think that would be great. And again, all the managers' reports are attached, very detailed reports for all the different departments within the agency. Bob, are you going to go ahead and let's, next slide, please.
Yeah, just say next slide a little bit.
Okay. Bob, this one's, is Bob here? Okay, well, I can do this. Okay, go ahead. This is the work that's been done out in at the impoundment basin. This is for the wet weather preparedness. If you recall, the board approved multiple contracts in the November time span that for Cannon, Terrain, Tim Cleeth, and then Garcia Construction. This was part of the cease and desist order. As you recall, we got some flooding last year, and so we went ahead and did this, and this will handle any rain or any flooding that will occur off-site, and we'll be able to make sure that it handles the volume of water that comes possibly across the road, and it will make sure that any water doesn't enter into the impoundment basin. Go ahead, Bob. You want to take it from here? We're talking about the impoundment basin. Thank you.
Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, this is a photograph of the same area, and it's roughly where the hydroseeding took place, and we have natural grass there. There's some lupin, some California poppy mixed into it, so it's going to look really nice by the time the spring arrives. So that was all bare. You could see it turning green. Next slide, please. It's just a close-up of one of the plants popping up through that hydroseed. Next slide, please. This is the closure plan. I'm just to talk about the status of that. Basically, what we do on the left-hand side of that diagram is we take water out of the pond. It's called an evaporation pond. Its official name is Surface Water Impoundment Basin. We pump the water to 2 rented Baker tanks, and then we meter the water slowly out of the Baker tanks and mix it in with our final treated plant effluent before it goes in a perk pond. That was a huge break that we were able to work for with the water board. It saved a considerable sum of money compared to having to haul that water, probably $1 million or so. So we are in the process of completing that now. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here we go. This is just an aerial view of what's happening. I could use a pointer if there's a pointer back there. You have the pointer? Is it back? Is it in here? Anyway, well, I'll just explain it. You see the pond in the upper left-hand corner, the impoundment basin. That's that dark area. That's where the water needs to be removed from. There's kind of a purple line coming down from where it says MW-2 with the little stick icon there. That's actually an existing pipe that we're reusing by pumping backwards through. We're reusing as much equipment as we can. And then we pump that all the way back to our, thank you. We pump that all the way back to the sustainable water facility. Let me get this going right. There we go. So this is the existing pipe that we're pump it in reverse. It usually goes out to the pond. We're going to reverse the flow, connect into it here, and we have 2 Baker tanks going in right here. Then we have a metering pump then that will pump from the Baker tanks through another line that'll be over here where it goes into a perk pond. So here are the 2 Baker tanks that are on site. They have a spill containment pad under each one of them. So if we have any minor spills, it'll keep it from going anywhere. I took a picture of the back end of them because there's actually right here next to this little fan is a pipeline that comes out that will be running in reverse. So we're just going to cut into that pipe and route it into these two tanks. After it goes into those 2 tanks, we will measure it for boron concentration. We found that the boron was the main constituent that the water board was concerned about. The boron in the pond is roughly in the 4 to 5, maybe 6 milligram per liter range. Ocean water is around 4 milligrams per liter. And the basin plan is at 0.75 milligrams per liter. So we need to abide by the basin plan, being at 0.75 milligrams per liter of boron or less. So we will be metering slowly after we pump into these tanks. They get isolated, except for the metering pump that pumps at a very slow rate and gets blended in with our plant effluent water. And that combination is going to be less than the 0.75 milligrams per liter of boron. This is some piping that our water department has put in already. This is to take the water from the metering pump and inject it into the plant effluent line. About a month ago, you can barely see it, but there's a box here. They dug down into the earth and connected what they call a tap into the line, so we wouldn't have to do that in wet weather. And then more recently, they have 2-inch PVC pipe, just temporary pipe, because it's not going to be there that long. Just run along the ground, and that'll connect into our metering pump. The metering pump we had at the plant, we're having to put a variable frequency drive to vary its speed, but we're reusing an existing pump to try to keep the cost down. This is not a, you could tell this was not a posed picture, but this was our training this morning. We actually were fortunate enough to have our water and wastewater department come together. And this is in our training room at the plant. Had my little laptop on top of a ladder, which has a camera on it. So we were able to video teleconference back and forth. We had connection to the internet, and here we had the expert of the spectrophotometer that's used to measure boron. He's a very highly talented individual. He travels the world giving training classes. So we were able to keep the cost down by doing this through a WebEx connection. And he was able to watch us do certain parts of the analysis while he demonstrated them to us. And we went back and forth with a really good dialogue. There were some excellent questions posed. I'm really proud of our water and wastewater staff because you could tell they were genuinely interested. They really wanted to learn this stuff. And they were paying close attention. And they came up with really good questions. And we're lucky. We have a really talented group. And so that's our group. It's not the neatest looking table. This is the instrument that we're using for our boron measurements. It's called a spectrophotometer. It's made by a company called Hawk, which is fairly well known in the water and wastewater industry. We were fortunate enough to find an old one that we had, old being probably less than 3 years old, but the people that were using it were out on extended leave or had left the district. So we found this, so we're returning the one that we had purchased earlier, which was about a $6,000 machine. So we're going to save that cost by using this. Right now we're downloading a software upgrade to it. And so that went really well. We had again, it was a great class that we had this morning with the Hawk expert, and we're going to have a little follow-up with them in the morning to make sure we're doing things right. And that's pretty much where we're at, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Director Pearson?
We're currently renting the Baker tanks.
Yes, sir.
But eventually, Baker tanks are the final solution for where we're putting the waste brine.
They could be. There's other alternatives that we're going to look at, too, that might be less expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam President, if I could, if there's more board, I'd like to go ahead and...
Director Farmer?
I just want some clarification, Bob, and for myself and for the audience and whoever might be watching in the community. With regard to the process and the use of the banker tanks and ultimately the effluent, seems to me the waste from the pond going into the waste from the impoundment basin going into the percolation ponds. So does this mean that we no longer are obligated to have to truck the waste somewhere else?
Well, there's still some conditions in the permit issued by the Water Board. We had that meeting in SLO on, I think, December 7th, where they approved the permit to allow this to happen. I believe when it gets down to maybe 18 inches of depth, they want us to stop doing this method and then haul that residual water off. So it's a much smaller volume than we have right now. And there's other conditions that are kind of the details, like if the concentration gets above a certain level, when we're down in that residual area, we have to shut down. So we have to look at that and monitor it very closely.
I know you're not necessarily the financial expert, Bob, but let me ask you, since one of the things that is mentioned here, that you'd be giving us a detailed breakdown on the cost of this entire process. Can you give us a ballpark figure as to how much the emptying of the impoundment basin is going to cost the ratepayers of this community?
Well, we have spent, and I think I reported this at the last board meeting, approximately $100,000 on the consultants for the, and that was for the constructing the swale that you saw, and we had some consulting by Terrain, we had some consulting by Cannon, and also by Cleave Harris, and that was to comply with the cease and desist order. Now let me add my numbers in my head. I had about roughly. I take that back. I had about $100,000 in the consulting cost and about $45,000 in the swale cost. So we're at $145,000. The rental of the 2 Baker tanks is around $11,000, and that takes us through the end of June. That could get extended depending on how quickly it evaporates and how well our pumping operation does. Then there's going to be some work that I don't have a cost on by Alpha Electric. They're going to be out there tomorrow. I'm going to get a rough ballpark estimate from them on the cost. But if I were to push the estimate right now, I'd say maybe in the $20,000 to $25,000 range. But that could vary. I don't have hard numbers on that yet. I'll probably do a time material based cost not to exceed approach with them because it's they're pretty much designing and building at the same time. But I had a very good conversation with their principal earlier today, and along with John Alshin, and they thought it through very well as far as how we need to control the metering pump and control a little transfer pump that transfers water from the pond over to the Baker tanks. And again, we're trying to reuse as much as we have existing to keep those costs down.
All right, let me just follow up with one more item. I appreciate you having those approximate facts in your head there and amounts. With regard to the trucking that'll have to take place, and I guess that's to South County, what do you believe the cost for that would be further down the road?
Okay. The disposal cost, the last disposal cost we had was around 11 cents per gallon, which is the fee they charge based on the gallonage they receive from us. So it depends on how much volume is left in the pond. And our goal is to get it down as low as possible. Again, we're committed by the condition of the permit that the Water Board issued. So we know we can't go lower than 18 inches, and I don't have that volume in my head. I could look it up and get back to you on what that would look like. We'd have to use water trucks to haul that water. So that could probably be in the $200 to $300 range per water truck trip. Plus you have the disposal cost. So we can add all those numbers together. But that one I don't have in my head.
It's not a problem. I'm sure you can bring us up to speed at some point. Thanks, Bob.
Sure.
Madam President, just in board, just as a point of clarification, the original, the amount that District Engineer Greshens stated with regards to the $100,000, that really was that was because of the cease and desist order. Those were costs associated with that, and the wet weather preparedness. So I want to make sure we understand and delineate between wet weather preparedness, the cease and desist order, and the closure plan. So if you recall, on the closure plan, what was originally proposed was an ion exchange unit, which was cost prohibitive, and then trucking the water out in its entirety, which was cost prohibitive. And through meeting with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and coming up with a plan, the emptying of the pond will be, I use this word loosely, relatively inexpensive compared to the original two proposals that were discussed with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, which was the ion exchange and the trucking the water out. Now, when it gets to 18 inches, there's another question that Director Farmer had asked. Remember, we want to get that emptied as soon as possible, but as part of the cease and desist order, we have up to 5 years to be able to do it. Of course, we don't want to use all that time. We want to get it emptied as soon as possible. But the trucking cost is really relative to how many trips we have to make. If we haul it away and let it continue to evaporate, then every inch that evaporates is going to save the district a significant amount of money. The key here is just making sure that the Regional Water Quality Control Board is pleased with our efforts. So a good balance could be evaporation when it gets to that 18-inch point, and also trucking it to South County Sanitation District. One thing I did want to clarify in my general manager's report, I said that we had submitted a renewal application to South County Sanitation District for the brine disposal. We've collected samples. We're waiting for those samples to get analyzed and get back to us, and then we'll submit the application to South County Sanitation District. So I guess the good part of all this is the cost. It's still a cost, but will be significantly significantly less than what we originally anticipated with the ion exchange unit and the trucking all the contents of that pond out. So I'd like to thank the Regional Water Quality Control Board for at least working with us and understanding that we have fiscal constraints also, and I think that once that gets down to the 18 inches, then we'll, obviously truck it out, but we'll also allow evaporation to occur. So I hope that was I think Bob did a great job in explaining everything. And Bob is keeping track of the costs associated with the emptying of the impoundment basin, the tanks. To answer Director Pearson's question regarding the Baker tanks, yes, we're going to have to come up with an alternate means of disposal. And we are looking at a couple different alternatives, one being this, but one also being mobile tankers, if you will, that could just haul it directly down and we could rotate them in and out. So that's another conversation for the board to have at a later date. So I have some more if I could go over really quick, and unless there's some more questions.
Before we leave that project, I just was curious, do we, if it were to be the case that we've seen all the rain we're going to see and it comes down to us having to use that equipment, do we have a way to deal with the brine? Do we have permission to use it if it were another year of drought? Can you just briefly?
If you back calculate to when we anticipate having to start that system based on the available precipitation that we've seen. So we're in the middle of January to February, February to March, March to April, April to May, May to June, June to July, July to August. Let's say that we have to start that August to September. Let's say if we have to start it in the August or September time frame, that's an 8-month period of time. We have to update our OOMP, which is our Operations, Maintenance, and Management Program, and we have to incorporate into that and submit that to the Regional Water Quality Control Board for consideration by February 15th. That's a deadline that we've created based on conversation with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, because they are going to have to modify our existing permit and it will have to be approved by their board to allow an alternate disposal method for brine. So we're working on that now. We plan on having it submitted by February 15th. Why is February 15th important? Because you take 6 months to get on their agenda, 180 days. And so if you add 180 days for the approval of this, you're looking at midsummer or so, and it gets put on the agenda, they approve it, and then in parallel to that, a lot of moving pieces, in parallel to that, we're moving forward with an alternate source of brine disposal. So
if it does turn out to be a dry year and we do need to use it, we will be able to.
Yeah, our goal is to get the OMMP, and what Bob and I are really looking at is not really the Baker application. They have tanker trucks, 6,500-gallon tanker trucks, specifically made for this kind of application. We're looking at leasing or purchasing 2 of those because it's ultimately going to be our long-term brine disposal methodology. And what we'll do is rotate those in, fill one, send it down to South County Sanitation District, dispose of it there, have it en route back while we're filling the other one. We've sent this information on to John Rocky, and he seems receptive of it. He wants us to implement it into the OMMP and the changes. So it's really a timing. There's been a lot of conversation about how we move forward in this process, and that's what we're proposing. Now, the truck that hauls these tankers down there, whether that's a lease program or something like that, it just depends. So in a future agenda item, I have an idea that I'd like to discuss with the board and get some policy direction regarding just the sustainable water facility in general, bring you up to date on the closure plan, the cease and desist order, the work that we're doing with Regional Water Quality Control Board, the regular coastal development permit, and also alternate brine disposals, because there are some policy decisions that need to be made. I also want to discuss with the board the set-aside fund for mitigation measures that was originally $1 million. That's down to about the $650,000, so I want to put some constraints on that. I want to be able to have board approval with regards to spending any of that money. So there's about 5 or 6 items related to the sustainable water facility that I think would be really important if we had it as an agenda item, so we could collectively talk about all these things. But right now, what Bob and I are doing are moving forward with staff on the closure plan, getting the pond emptied, and also moving forward on the modifications to the OMMP that will allow us to have a permit approved by the Regional Water Quality Control Board for alternate brine disposal. Because what we don't want to happen is, if this dry season continues, which the weather forecasts say it will, and then we need to start that facility back up, that we're not in a position to do it because we did not do the necessary things to get us there. So I think one of the things that we're doing is communicating regularly with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, making sure that we understand their expectations and a reverse timeline on what it's going to take to get the necessary modifications to our current Title 22 permit to allow us to dispose of the brine in South County Sanitation District.
Another reason to be on top of getting that CPO hired too.
Absolutely.
Chief Plant Operator, sorry.
Yes. A lot of information, but we could have a board meeting, and I would like to, just a board meeting on the sustainable water facility. I highly recommend that, so we can have some conversations.
I think that would be a great idea.
Madam
All right,
President,
thank you for
there's one other element. We'd probably have to amend our emergency coastal development permit with the county with a modification in brine disposal.
Regular or emergency?
Or emergency.
Thank you.
That's what we'd be operating under.
And
Thank you.
I would just add one thing too, and that's besides the OMMP, we have to do what they call a report of waste discharge application. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. Besides the OMMP, we have to do a report of waste discharge, ROWD, application to the Water Board by that mid-February deadline. So we're looking closely at that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Are there any other questions? Director Ward.
I'm not sure if this is too early or not the place for this question, or if it's frivolous, but if it's my own curiosity. But when we are producing water and we are producing brine or waste at the same time, what's the rejection rate? So if we have 100 gallons of water coming into the plant, how much is going to waste and how much is going into the injectable well? And if it's not the place for that now.
No,
It's I can answer that.
Okay.
And not to give you an exact ratio between what's coming in. When that plant is operating, the third stage RO, which is the final stage, puts out about 39 gallons per minute. That's the waste stream that we're going to be having to deal with. So when you looked at, that's the waste stream, 39 gallons a minute comes off the third stage of RO. And when we looked at roughly, they're around 6,000 gallon highway trailers. It's a little under 3 hours to fill one up at that rate. And if we look at the travel distance, dump time, and then return time, that's where the idea of the two large over-the-road trailers came up. We still have to look at that option a little bit. We're looking closely at just having either Baker tanks or regular tanks to hold the water, and then use smaller trucks to haul it, where you'd have to have on-site tanks. Either way, we have to look at how to contain the volume that's stored, or the volume that might be in a 6,500 gallon tank in case it had a catastrophic leak. The water board made it fairly clear that we have to have secondary containment for it. So if you can get by with, say, a 6,000 or 6,500 gallon trailer, you'd have less of a structure to contain that volume of water around it. So those are the types of details that we have to get our minds around further to come up with that off-hauling solution.
And then the plant will be producing how much water per minute or per hour if we're going to look at waste per hour? I want to look at maybe efficient.
As far as how much water is producing with that rejection rate, it is a little over 400 gallons a minute.
Thank you.
And Director Wharton, at 39 gallons per minute of waste over an 8-hour period of cycle time for the facility is 17,760 gallons of brine produced. So now, if we run it 8 hours, if we run it, that's an 8-hour basis. That's the foundation. If we run it longer than that, so it's based on what Bob just said, it's 17,760 gallons a day of brine produced. So we're going to have to dispose of that. Yes, sir.
And how much water gets re-injected and to go through the system?
That is around the 400 gallons a minute.
400, so about 10 times as much. That sounds.
Well, actually, isn't that
Vice President?
99%? 39 gallons a minute is reject. 400 gallons a minute is good water.
400 gallons a minute is what's going into the injection well. There's a higher rate coming into the plant, slightly higher rate coming into the plant. We have about a 98% recovery rate for the water that's coming in versus what's being produced. 2% is the waste amount.
Okay, so we're getting 98% of good water, and 2% is being pulled in.
Right.
Okay, if I could, I just want to, and I'll let the board guide me on my goals and objectives, but I want to show the Stewart Street tank improvements. We finished this project. I think AGP has the Stewart Street tank improvements. Next slide, please. I'll let you do this, Monique. You're so efficient at it. Thank you. Plus, we got a new clicker, I think. Thanks. I'm not going to read all the details, but there's been some discussion on the Stewart Street tank and the need to repair that. We originally budgeted $64,000. We were going to come significantly under than that. But when they removed the first panel, if you can look off to the right, you see some additional damage that we didn't anticipate. So the total cost for the project came in right at about $50,000. That's all the work that William Bellis did on the contract management and all the work they did. So that's over the left-hand corner. You see them pulling off those panels. that were rusted and needed a replacement. Next slide. Just some more pictures from the inside of the tank. That tank is emptied. We did receive some calls about water running down the street and wasting water and things like that. And what we did is we the sediment in the bottom of the tank had to be disposed of, so we did just run that water down the street, and there wasn't that much water that was wasted. So, but you can see that's looking from the inside. Some photographs taken. Next slide. Again, some continued work. There's some heavy equipment there taking the panels off, and those panels, before we put them on, they were already painted and pre-coated with paint and everything. So there's next slide. And there's some more work you can see over to the right-hand side. That those are the crews removing the panels one at a time and getting ready to replace them with the new panels. Again, you can see them on the ground there, and you can see the crane lifting up the panels to replace the Stewart Street tank. Next slide. Here's what it looks like when it was completed. All the panels that needed to be replaced have been completed. We've contacted the state. We let them know that we've done this. This is a bolted tank. It's gosh, Bob, I think it's 20 years old. I don't know, Bob left. 1990. Okay, so it's 92,000. It's a lot. 38 years old. So it's I'm sorry, 28 years old. So it's lived its life. They only have about 20-year life on these things. So our recommendation is when we do replace this to not go with the bolted tank, to go with a steel tank, and then just put it. We don't need to add the capacity. We've talked with the fire chief and everything. So what we'd want to do is just like we did with the Fiscalini tank, we just want to replace it, replace them exactly how they are, the same footprint. So we could just simply go through the county on that process, and it wouldn't require an extensive lot of environmental work, or would not require Coastal Commission approval. It could get appealed to the Coastal Commission, but the Fiscalini tank did. We don't want it to be viewed as growth inducing, so when we do replace these tanks, we'll just go with the steel tanks, and we'll put them where they are right now. Next slide. We should get about another 5 years out of this tank with these repairs, which will give us an opportunity to decide what we ultimately want to do. Those are the inside pictures with the tank completely coated and everything, and so it looks good and brand new. And this is just some work that out in the field. I've asked Jason to start including some well pictures, and he replaced a pressure regulator at the SS3 well. Pressure regulator makes sure that the pressure coming off your well is not too high. We also have regulators throughout the system, but this is one that was at the well, so he replaced that. I think that's the last slide. What I do want to go over, if it's okay with the board, just quickly, is here's the goals I've put together, and if we could bring those up for the different departments. And what we did is I met with the different department managers. I asked them to put some goals together for us. Just a disclosure, you'll see in my general manager's report that I did disclose some things regarding these goals. First, they're resource driven. They're based on the availability of our resources, not just financial resources, but human resources. The second disclosure that I mentioned in my general manager's report is that if there are competing higher priorities, and I use the example as the Bluebird water break, then some of these may not necessarily be that high of a priority, and we may have to address an emergency that may come up. Emergencies do come up. So, and then the third is I use the terminology shovel-ready projects throughout my general manager's report and this document. And the reason being is if we apply for grants for something, we need to be shovel-ready. And the reason we need to be shovel-ready, like with the SWF, is that it's a highly competitive process. We're competing against other utility companies, water and wastewater utility companies, and there's a criteria by the state that you need to meet if you're going to fill out an application, and your application is to be considered and deemed complete. And there are three components. It's the financial part of it. If you're applying for a grant, there's usually matching funds that are required. It just depends on what that amount may be. Sometimes it's 65-35, where the district would have to come up with 35% of the funding. So you have to have a rate structure that supports applying for a grant. If they come back and say, okay, you need to come up with X amount of dollars and we can't do that, then the application is deemed incomplete. The second component of a grant application is the environmental component. If you're doing a project and it requires, it could be something as simple as a mitigated negative deck, or it could be a full EIR. They're going to want to make sure that you provide them with the environmental documentation to show that you've done all the necessary environmental work. And the third is the engineering component. Those are the three components of a grant application that you have to have. The engineering component is they want to see that you've actually designed this thing, that you put it out to bid, and that you have plans and specifications drawn up, and that you're serious about doing the project. So we talk a lot about grant money, but we need to make sure that whatever we do apply for, that we're in a position to be able to be taken seriously and that we can able to move forward with it. So that's just kind of the disclosures I want to talk about. I'm going to go over these really quick, and if it's okay, and if you want to, at the end, if you want to stop me. So the finance department, and I work with Rudy on this and Monique, is maintain fiscal oversight of the CCSD budgets for all departments. Of course, that should be a priority, and Rudy's going to talk a little bit about what he's put in place right now to be able to do that. Complete the water and wastewater rate study for the district's financial plan. Move forward with Proposition 218 process for water and wastewater, I should say rates. Implement a new accounting software program. That's Tyler Encode. That's what we decided to go with. Implement monthly utility billing process. The reason we added this is because we realize the importance of, just like any business, to be able to, from a cash flow perspective, as opposed to every 2 months, managing our resources, which is cash. Rudy and I think it would be a good idea, and ultimately it's up to the board, but to consider billing monthly once we get, if we decide to move forward with our rates at any level, so we can have a better handle on our cash flow for the district. Instead of reporting our revenues every 2 months and our expenditures monthly, now we can go down a path where we show our revenues and our expenditures on a monthly basis, and I think that's going to be important to really get a handle on where we are overall financially. Implement new budget status reportings, utilizing the existing MOM software for the management team that enhance and improve the budget monitoring system for the district. In addition, have monthly budget meetings with management staff. Implement a new bank reconciliation program using MOM's cash management program that will improve the time it takes to reconcile our monthly banking statements. It's taking us several months right now to reconcile our checks and things like that. Rudy's already been in contact with MOMs. He's given them the direction to move forward with this. So we'll be able to reconcile our everything in a relatively short period of time on a monthly basis, and there won't be any downtime between the time that we reconcile our everything. So we're hoping to reconcile everything on our bank statements and all the checks we receive and the checks we write on a monthly basis. Complete the PERS audit required prior to the January 31st, 2000 deadline. Provides finance staff with educational training, attending seminars in customer service, accounts payable, payroll, and other related to the district financial operations. Fully implement a new accounting software program, Tyler Code. Develop accounting procedures and manuals for the finance department. Prepare a comprehensive annual report. Continue to evaluate internal controls and make improvements where needed. Develop a budget that enhances transparency and promotes accountability. In addition, start processing the development of the budget that is awarded the Distinguished Budget through the Government Finances Officers Association. So what we want to do is we want to be able to have a budget that's recognized by that agency, our budget as we start the process, which is going to start in March, believe it or not. Human Resources update. This is the Human Resources Department now, which really falls under admin, and these three areas are admin. Update all the district's personnel policies. Ours goes back to the 80s, I think, Monique, right? 70s, 80s, our policies, 80s. we've already started this process. We're working with David Hertz and Tim, and he's got a significant head start on this, so we plan on having a draft of that available pretty soon here. Prepare for labor negotiations for all three groups. As you know, their contracts are coming up, and we're going to be talking about this in closed session today. Plan, lead, organize, and train and compliance requirements for CCSD managers, the CCSD Board of Directors. I'm helping Monique with the training. If you get an email from me that says you have to take training, please take the training that's required. So I'm going to be the bad guy on this one, and we want to make sure all that our managers and the board is all up to date on all the required training, whether it be harassment training or ethics training or any other training that's required. Create a biannual newsletter. I think that we should have a newsletter go out twice a year. Of course, we're going to have staff meetings every 2 weeks. Create information technology, network policy, continue professional development of staff. And then district clerk, continue to develop records management policy, identify and destroy all records accordingly, and continue to develop and improve on CCSD website, and continue professional development of staff. Fire department, allow for the CCSD Board of Directors to consider funding the Safer Firefighter, which is later on the agenda position through a ballot measure. I want to correct this. It's really on the agenda today to decide whether the board wants to move forward with this or not. So I should have simply said consider funding or not funding the Safer Firefighter. So you guys will be deciding on that later on. Continue the hydrant maintenance program, modify and update the California Fire Code, update and expand the current fire hazard fuel reduction program, update and revive all standard operated procedures, update and revise reserve firefighting new hire academy, update all task books and promotional tasks associated with the organization, implement new mandate fire incident reporting systems. So pursue and apply for all available grants from the fire department. So that's great. Here's facilities and resources. Here's Carlos. He has 10 of them. Considering funding one additional staff member for proposed maintenance of CCSD assets, erosion control on the ranch, resurface the Bluff Trail on the Fiscalini Ranch with assistance from FFRP, weed abatement of all CCSD lots, create a 100-foot fire break around the Fiscalini Ranch, complete phase 2 of the Eucalyptus project, complete a 3-acre restoration project on the Ridge Trail and the Trenton Trail, forest restoration projects on forest above Marine Terrace. This is Carlos and 2 other guys. Invasive plant control on Fiscalini Ranch and resurface Santa Rosa Creek Trail south end. Utilities, so this is a sustainable water facility. I brought it into three components, and I think these are important. We have sustainable water facility, water and wastewater. This is the most important, I think. Ensure timely submittal of required regulatory reports. I think we learned our lesson on that. Operate the sustainable water facility when needed and ensure that all regulatory and environmental requirements are met. Empty brine pond and complete the closure plan. Renew brine disposal agreement with South County Sanitation District. Hire a chief plant operator. Continue to make needed improvements on the SWF, such as battery backups and the ability to migrate data from the SWF into reports. Just for a second, if I could touch on this one. So we take all the samples, we get all the lab results back, and we manually input all the data into our reports. So there is a system, and with our new hire coming on, that we can hopefully incorporate the press of a button where we can take the lab results and incorporate them into the reports, which would save a tremendous amount of time. So we'll work with Regional Water Quality Control Board on that. We need to update the OMMP we talked about for brine disposal reasons. Continue to work collaboratively with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Provide empirical data to the Regional Water Quality Control Board relating to quality testing, water quality testing that will allow the district to reduce sampling, thus reduce the overall cost of running the sustainable water facility. We had a conversation the other day with John Rocky, and my question was, at what point in time can we come to you and say, we're taking all these samples for groundwater when the system's not running, and so what we need to do is get together with Division of Drinking Water and Regional Water Quality Control Board and put all these results, all these pages and pages and pages of non-detects, thousands of non-detects, and put them together in some kind of report form where they can evaluate, and at that point in time, they'll determine, and he seemed optimistic about it, whether we can reduce our sampling or not, and I'm looking forward to that. So between the migrating of our lab results into our reports and automating those and reducing our sampling, I think those are going to save the district a significant amount of money. We'll continue to work on the regular coastal development permit, continue to develop relationships and collaborative with federal, state, and regulatory agencies, continue professional development of staff, and to continue to make needed improvements, again, such as battery backups, UPS, and fail-safes, and migrate data to the sustainable water facility. Wastewater, really quickly, I'm almost done, hang in there. Ensure timely submittal of all regulatory reports, develop and distribute new and improved accurate consumer confidence reports. This should be water. Maintain fiscal responsibility over existing budget, seek grant funding for shovel-ready projects when applicable, install the influence screen, use the district's GIS system to maximize potential to improve department efficiency, solicit engineering services for the design of the main motor control center at the wastewater treatment plant. That's the main power bank coming into the plant. It needs to be upgraded. That should be our first priority. Continue to improve the overall operations of the wastewater treatment plant. John continues to do that. The plant's probably running better than it ever has from a water quality standpoint. Take clarifier 1 offline and clean. Take the aeration basin off and clean. Continue to evaluate intrusion and infiltration challenges with the collection systems. And consider 2 additional staff members designated specifically for the collection system. Purchase a new Vector truck if rate adjustments are successful. Implement cost savings measures related to energy usage at the wastewater treatment plant. Update, complete, and submit revised sanitary sewer management plan. This is a big one. Complete an injury and illness prevention program. Update Keep Track, which includes a collection system. Continue to build asset management programs. Continue to update and implement an aggressive safety program. Migrate critical lift stations to SCADA system as resources are available. Continue to update aging lift stations to include dry wells, wet wells, vaults, pumps, motors, panels, and the generator, and incorporate non-potable water for sludge press operations, and continue professional development of staff. The last department is water. Again, ensure timely submittal of all regulatory reports. Maintain fiscal responsibility with the existing budget. Design and permit the replacement of a temporary bypass over the pedestrian bridge. We need to get that temporary line out of there and put a permanent one in. Seek and implement additional training as it relates to the water department's SCADA system, and ensure that SCADA is being used to its maximum potential. SCADA is not just a monitoring system, it's a system that should be used for retrieving reports and making sure that we use it to its maximum potential. Again, evaluate the existing residential and commercial meters and determine a timeline and costs associated with the replacement program. Work collaborate with the finance department regarding the next generation of meters to be replaced and the compatibility as it relates to the new financial software. Utilize district's existing GIS system to its maximum potential. Ensure that all pressure reducing valves within the CCSD service are functioning properly, and established a preventive maintenance program. Continue to work collaboratively with the CCSD Fire Department on the hydrant testing program. Create a maintenance program to identify all CCSD water distribution valves. Aggressively exercise distribution valves and identify the valves and replace them as resources allow. Work collaboratively with the wastewater department to evaluate the feasibility of implementing their Keep Track system into their asset management program. Continue to evaluate problem areas within the water distribution system need to be upgraded and size or replaced. Purchase necessary equipment to allow the water department to efficiently perform their duties. This includes tools, 1 additional vehicle, a new dump truck, a trailer-mounted Vector system for leak repairs and valve accessibility, a small tractor backhoe to replace the department's current John Deere backhoe, a new compressor and jackhammer. So we need to give the staff out there the resources they need to do their job and do it efficiently and safely. Increase available funding for asphalt repairs throughout Cambria and continue professional development of staff. So I really appreciate, Madam President, giving me the green light on putting some operational goals together. And I know they're pretty extensive. It took a while to put these together, but I think they're doable. And I just want to make sure that the board knows that I'm working with staff on making sure that we continue down a productive path for all our departments. So it's a long report. If there's anything I can answer, I'd be more than happy to at this time.
I'd like to take public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for questions and comments. Starting with Tina Dickinson, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
And we do have Rudy also after this, if that's okay, Madam President.
Tina Dickinson. A couple of things on the Facilities and Resources Department for goals, or even under the current report. I'd like to know why North Coast Engineering is not mentioned in this report for doing surveys and boundary markings on the Fiscalini Ranch. I walk the Huntington Trail, and the westerly most entrance has now been blocked off. I understand that's because of that westerly house on that opening to the trail. I saw the surveyors out surveying his house, but I'd like to know why the entire, at least the West Ranch, I talked to Joellen, she was supposed to be here last month, she wasn't. I thought she was going to be on this month's agenda, she's not. But I'd like to know why is the ranch being surveyed now and boundaries looked at? I don't just mean at the entrance. I mean, there are markers throughout all over that part of the ranch. So please, I would like to get an explanation for that. I'd also like to know who is the new auditor for the district. We had Crosby for 9 years, which was 4 years over what we're supposed to. Who's the new auditor? Nobody's been able to, I don't think, answer that for me, or have not seen that name. I do have a question for the general manager. In your report, you say that you say, quote, I continue to reach out to Mitchell Moody regarding the status of our request for licensing, end of quote. Mitchell Moody has not been involved in that portion of the Department of Water Resources in Sacramento for a long time. I've been in touch with him for a very long time. And when I sent him that paragraph, I asked him for clarification. He said, Tina, yes, we have reorganized, and petitions and licensing for Cambria is now being handled by Scott's unit, which is in the new petitions, licensing, and registration section of the Division of Water Rights. So when you look at Mr. Flores' report, 5-page report, no question there that he's reaching out to the correct person, Scott McFarland, on our licensing. I do have questions regarding how many tanks you are expecting to take to South County. The limit on their permit is 50,000 gallons a day of brine waste. How many gallons per day with these two tanks, and with the 6,500 gallon tanks that are transportable, one going, one coming back, how many gallons per day do you expect to dispose of brine waste to South County? They already have existing customers. I have the logs from years of how much water brine waste goes through their facility. So I'd like to get the numbers. I mean, how many gallons per day, how many trucks per day? There's lots more. I just wanted to make, on the South County, yes, there was a public records request done, and you had not sent in that application review, so I appreciate the fact you've corrected that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. General Manager Grubrick, will you answer those questions after we get through the public comment? That would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Karen Dean.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to express one question about the closure issue on impoundment that was given today. When the general manager says that the engineer will give, quote, a running detailed breakdown for costs, end quote, I hope that will be in writing each month. I know that had to be off the top of his head today, but that was totally inadequate today, as he well knows, I suspect. So please give us a written account and give it to the public as well. I would like to say about the goals. You have my letter that I wrote to you about these goals. I think that they're a wonderful brainstorm list of ideas, but they are not goals, with the exception of what Carlos Mendoza wrote for facilities. It's an excellent example of how goals should be expressed. And I hope that when this comes to your agenda, if you do continue it to February, take it up in February, that you will ask the general manager to give you a version of these goals that is in fact useful for your deliberation and for your decision making as to what should be policy and what should be priority in the list of very interesting goals. The only thing I was lacking there is that we could, excuse me, I won't say that. I want to thank the Water Department for mentioning that the chlorine analyzer is finally fixed, and I like the staff there. They do regular monitoring, but as you know, from October to November, there was a running SS3 well that was not being monitored at all. We haven't the slightest idea how much water was produced for those almost 3 weeks, and so that's a very crucial issue. I'm glad Water is keeping track of it, but now we cannot do an accurate report on water production for 2017 because we have 3 weeks that we don't know about. I would like then finally to make a comment about the 4th of January meeting. I certainly found it congenial. As you know, I wrote you a long letter afterward and sent lots of documentation, and there are many, many, many questions that still definitely need answering. I will speak to the finance manager's report today, and I'm very appreciative of the work that Mr. Hernandez is doing. But I want to tell people what some of the major concerns were on the 4th. For example, there were 3 items, $100,000, $160,000, $165,000, budget expenditures that were placed in the wrong budget lines. That kind of thing seems to be pervasive in the sustainable water facility. Then we have reporting of expenditures that don't match. If you look at them here or here, they happen to be $1 million off. There are the wrong codes used by the staff when they report what they purchase. It's inexcusable, friends, when you have this kind of important utility work. So I'm confident that under Mr. Hernandez, this will certainly change. We'll get better budget reports on the SWF, which till now have been wholly inadequate. And if you would like my letter again, I'll send it to you or anybody in the community, elizabethbettenhausen@gmail.com, simple as can be. And I would love to fill people in, and I look forward to the finance manager's report today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karen Dean.
Hi. I appreciate hearing all about what needs to be. Do I need to say my name again? Oh, I'm sorry. I appreciate hearing about all the things that are needed to be done in order to turn our plant on again. But there's one thing I think that was left out of this discussion. When we went to the water board meeting in San Luis the last time, the question was asked of where all the boron came from in the brine waste, and it was determined that it came from the preserve-all for the filters and the membranes. We cannot turn this plant on again until we deal with cleaning out the preserve-all from the membranes and the filters. And that is not something that could be taken to South Coast Sanitation District. So I would like to hear, if it's at all possible, what the plan is for the preserve-all and everything that has to be dealt with before the plant can be turned on again. Thank you.
Thank you. General Manager Gruber, there were a few questions from the public, and I think that we can probably get a short version of the preserve-all issue, and then we can cover that in more detail, what would have to go into starting the plant back up if we do that.
Sure.
When we have that special.
Yeah, the preserve-all, and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, is we've already looked in, and that is considered hazardous waste, and it would just be trucked to Kettleman. It's not probably one truckload, and that's how that would be addressed.
That's very simple. And then the tanks and moving. Have we put together the plan for the tanks and delivering the brine to South County Sanitation? Do we have any idea what that looks like yet?
That's what I discussed earlier regarding the modifications to the OOMP. that we
Okay.
need to submit to the Regional Water Quality Control Board by February 15th. February 15th, and then it takes 180 days to get put on their agenda. So it will take a modification to our existing Title 22 permit. We're in correspondence with John Rocky on that, and we have a plan in which to move that process forward. And then District Council Tim Carmel indicated that it would require a modification to the existing emergency coastal development permit. That's through the county process. So to answer your questions, yes. And then I can go by, with regards to Ms. Dickinson's questions about the survey being done, I need to check with Carlos on that. He's usually very good about communicating with me on the work being done on the ranch. It could be something that FFRP has undertaken with their resources. Maybe I'll check with Joellen. The auditor, Rudy, you want to comment on our new auditor? And
yeah, real quickly, the name of our current auditor. My apology. Yeah, the name of our new auditor is David Brunner. And this is the first of his 5-year contract.
I stand corrected on Mitchell Moody. It is Scott McPherson. She's absolutely right, and I do have correspondences back and forth from us. District Carmel just showed me that we do have correspondence with him, so I stand corrected on that name. And regarding some of the concerns that Ms. Bettenhausen has regarding our financial reports, I did send the response from Patrick O'Reilly, our previous finance manager, regarding some of her questions. We do need to be, the only thing that I would say is, since we have a limited amount of time with Patrick as our consultant, and he is, and then Rudy being being brought up to date and competing priorities, we'll answer the questions as best we can, to the best of our ability with the limited resources that we have. But I can assure you that we're continuing to make improvements. And for an example, when it was stated previously that there was a large discrepancy between what was being recorded and what actually was, we sat down, as we indicated in my general manager's report, and resolved that within $10,000. So I think in many instances it's a matter of understanding how everything is set up, and I would dispute that there's as big a discrepancy as that's being noted publicly. There are instances where, as I indicated in my general manager's report under the goals for finance department, revenues versus expenditures, at time lapse involved. And Ms. Bentenhausen did refer to miscoding, and what she was referring to is the SWF Code 39 and Code 40. So there has been a few instances where that has occurred. But I'd really like the finance manager to talk about some of the things that the things that he's implemented and the improvements that are being made, and so. That's
And we'll hear from him during his finance manager's
Yes, ma'am, and I think
report.
I've covered everything as far as
Before we leave the goal, yes, I think so too. I'd like to return to the goals, the operational goals, and I think it would be a good idea to get some input from the board for you on these goals, because it's important to figure out how we're going to hold people accountable, how you're going to hold your staff accountable to meeting these goals, and how we can make sure they're goals that are actually measurable, because I tend to agree with Dr. Bettenhausen's assessment. I think that the Facilities and Resources Department goals are done clear in ways that are measurable, so we know we met that goal. And so I'd like to hear from other directors if they have input that they would like to provide on these goals as they've been laid out this month, since we will be discussing board goals coming up. Director Farmer, followed by Director Pearson.
Thank you very much, President Rice. So I'd like, first off, before I forget, on the first page of agenda item 4A, down in the 2/3 of the way down the page, and it says here, if the weather patterns continue with minimal precipitation, we will need to discuss the possibility of more restrictive conservation efforts. I think the board probably needs to address that issue ASAP, because unless another March miracle occurs, we are probably up against it. And we already know that the members of this community in the past did yeoman's work with regard to conserving water in every sense of the word, and it's probably going to have to happen again. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board, and maybe we can put that as an agenda item for next month. And also, and while we're all reluctant to do this, we're not a law enforcement agency, but if people use more than whatever limitations are presented to them, that we need to once again put surcharges and penalties into place. We're very blessed that because of the 40 inches of rain that we got in the previous year, from July 1st to January 30th, the wells are still in sufficient shape, but that doesn't mean, therefore, we can feel like, well, we're in an okay place, because drought conditions are obviously very unpredictable, and we've already seen that this year. So we need to act as if we're in the 21st century and be as efficient as possible. And if people don't choose to do so, well, then they'll have to pay the price, so to speak. I'd like to move to page 13 on the operational goals. Second paragraph, where it states, the district is moving forward with the water and wastewater study that will take a comprehensive look at the operational costs of both departments, the need, and then in addition to a comprehensive look at the district's infrastructure needs from a CIP perspective and a long-term financial plan perspective. I was elected to this board a little over a year ago, and obviously any relationship that you're in, you become more realistic as time goes on. So I recall the first meeting that we had back in February with Director Barringer and I, or at that time, and still are, the members of the ad hoc committee, with General Manager Gruber and Engineer Greshens and his assistant Carolyn Winfrey and John Alchin. And at that point in time, Bob brought up the roughly 7-year capital improvements project, the program for the wastewater facility. And it was roughly just a little under $8 million for that particular period of time. And, here and the first year, which has just passed, was about, $1.3 million. And I'm thinking, cool, we can get this done. And Bob did a really good job on it. Well, we've had meetings since then, and we continue to look at that list of projects, and the list of projects continues to get whittled down to the point where very little got accomplished this year. I'm not blaming anybody. All I'm saying is we don't have the money. It's a sad thing. We don't have the money to address the major issues at water and wastewater. And as I'm sure President Rice can remind us, the only way we were able to balance the budget this past year was to essentially remove all the capital improvements to water and wastewater. So we're really up against it in that area, and we are first and foremost a water sewer services district. I just want to make that comment. Another thing that I want to comment on page 13 is with regard to shovel-ready projects and grant funding. And, of course, we need to have matching funds from the district. So I'd like to ask a couple of questions. What grants have been applied for in the past? Who wrote them? How successful were they? And if they weren't, why not? Since it seems to be a major goal here, I'd like to know what happened in the past, because, quite often past behavior is a predictor of future outcomes.
Well, the ones that I know right off the top of my head are the Sustainable Water Facility under the Prop 84, which we were extremely successful. We've got $4.2 million on that one for the Sustainable Water Facility. We've applied for grants for the wastewater treatment plant, one in particular, but that was through the Prop 1 funding. But again, as I indicated in my general manager's report, it's highly competitive. So if you can envision large metropolitan utility companies who have shovel-ready projects ready to go, who have massive resources, departments of people who do things like this, who have the projects designed and ready to go, who have the financial wherewithal to be able to meet that criteria, and also have done the CEQA and everything else like that, they're going to be moved up to a higher status. When we applied through Senator Flores, when we applied for the grant for the wastewater treatment plant, the three criteria that I mentioned, we could not pass that test. Our application is still considered active. It hasn't been deemed inactive. It's still active. So that's the answer to that. But you have to understand, we have to have a rate structure that supports the grant process, and we have to have a rate structure that supports low-interest loans. Now, if you look at the list that you're referring to, which is this list right here, for the water and wastewater, and you're right, wastewater is $8,569,000. This has been updated on 12/2017 by myself and District Engineer Bob Gresham for our rate study meeting. And then you have the Water Department's revenue projects of $6,303,000 for a total of somewhere around $14 million. If you look at this list right here, this is the cumulative effect of multiple variables. Some of those variables are included minimal rate increases over a large span of time, over a 20 or 30 year period of time. So when you look at this, the cumulative effects of the cost of this are associated with that not occurring. The second variable is Alex Handler indicated, inflation. Utility companies on an average, water and wastewater, and speaking generally, incur about a 5% inflation cost associated with operations. That could be for salaries, it could be electricity, it could be for insurance, it could be for labor cost, it could be for a number of things. And that's an agenda item later that we can discuss, but that needs to happen. That's second. Third is the moratorium. As I mentioned, the cumulative effects of this list right here over an extended period of time, and the two things that have not happened, we have not sold meters in many, many years. So for a utility operation to be successful and to be able to sustain itself, and you indicated that we're primarily water and wastewater, you have to have moderate rate increases over an extended period of time. You have to implement cost of living increases, and you have to sell meters. Those are the three fundamental financial resources that you have to have. There are some other variables too that play into this list, which is cumulative in nature. When I came on board in 2010 in November, we had a budget that had water and wastewater surpluses in them. And I'm proud to say that I've spent all those, and I'll tell you why. What we had as a situation prior to my arrival is we had budgets for water and wastewater departments that were put together. Projects were identified. They weren't prioritized. They were projects, right, wrong, or indifferent, and they were never done. So they were within the budget, and they were budgeted for, and then every year would pass. The reserves would get larger, not because we had an adequate rate structure to support them, but what occurred is the projects were not getting done. So we had reserves. Those got spent down. Fifth of all is the CCSD from a historical perspective has really never took preventive maintenance seriously. I can name instances, and I've showed pictures here, and I'm not blaming, I'm just making observations on how we're improving. Our digesters weren't used properly for years. They're used being properly now. There were instances at the wastewater treatment plant when guards to pumps and motors were removed, there was rat's nest in there. They haven't been inspected for 10 or 15 years. And so it's all these things, a cumulative effect that we're working on now and improving on. So you're absolutely right when you say last year we did not fund any capital improvement projects out of this budget to balance the budget. Director Farmer, you're absolutely right, we didn't. But this list right here, this comprehensive list, is a cumulative effect of many of the variables that I just mentioned. Now, we're heading in a different direction, and I know this is not what you want to hear, but there's a way to address this and a way to tackle this as we move forward. We can't look in the rearview mirror. So if we're looking at $14 million to revamp everything and bring it up to speed because the cumulative effect of this is rather large, then what we do as part of this rate study and the work that Alex Handler's doing is we come up with a financial plan, which is a component of his proposal. And we look out 10 years and we say, okay, we need to accomplish these things, $14 million in total, $1.4 million a year. How do we incorporate that into the rate structure? How do we incorporate that into the long-term financial plan? And then at what point in time do we release meters to generate revenue to do it? So I know you're frustrated with this. I'm just as frustrated as you. But every month I show PowerPoint presentations. I can go back in the department managers' reports, and every month we're making significant improvements to the infrastructure. Is there a lot to do? Is there still a lot to do? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, that was quite an extensive answer to a relatively simple question with regard to grant funding. I seem to recall, and let me just give an example, since you used an example of the $4 million grant we got for the facility, which I believe is contingent on us paying off the entire loan. But I recall one thing that sticks in my mind, that we were going to apply for a grant for the Fiscalini water tank, replacing the Fiscalini water tank. And unfortunately, that was done in kind of a, pardon the term, bass-backwards way. And so as a result, we were denied grant funding for that project and had to come up with the $600,000 out of the district's or the ratepayer's own pocket because of that. That was one example I was thinking of as where we kind of dropped the ball in addressing an important issue such as water storage. So I won't continue on in that vein. Let me ask a couple of more questions, if nobody minds here. Down here on page 14, it's about almost down to the bottom under finance. Prepare a comprehensive annual financial report and participate in the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Awards program. I guess, I'd love to say that, well, we could do that, but, right now, we have long-term debt of $800,000 a year, and expenditures continue to outpace revenue. And I'm just kind of curious, and maybe I'm looking at two different things here, apples and oranges, but Excellence in Financial Awards program, when our finances are just not in very good shape. Now, like I said, maybe I'm just misunderstanding what this statement is, but it's misleading to me.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. So if we were to achieve this, it could result in lower interest rates for loans. It's an accreditation. It's an award. It's really for the preparation of our budget, and I'll let Mr. Hernandez comment a little bit more on this. There are certain standards, certain protocols, certain formats that you need to put a budget together, compile a budget in a manner that would get you the recognition from this particular award. So that's what we're talking about. You can compile a budget, you can put it together in the necessary format, and within that budget you can still have structural deficits as you indicated. It doesn't mean that you're not eligible for this recognition. It means that you follow the necessary formatting requirements in preparation of your budget. One of the things that we've done is continue to improve on our budget. Municipal budgets, especially for water and wastewater, now have a lot more graphics involved, a lot more things like that. So I'll let Rudy comment on that. Your observations are correct regarding the fiscal challenges facing the district, but I would strongly recommend that we pursue this because it really allows us to prepare a budget from a municipal format that is acknowledged and recognized the district as the proper way to do it, if you will. So, Rudy, if you...
Yes, Director Farmer. I get that second time. Director Farmer, you're asking a very good question. And the question is, if a district's finances are not in good shape, okay, that has nothing to do with the award, okay? What is based on good financial policies and procedures, okay, good internal controls. Is it comprehensive enough to provide our residents with additional supplemental information? A good example, debt coverage, okay? Do we have enough money to pay our debt? Things like that. A history of revenues, for example. What have we received in water sales over the last 10 years? What have we received in wastewater fees? Things like that. Those are just example demographic information, miscellaneous information such as the staffing levels, things like that. Do we have a financial plan in place to mitigate potential financial issues? So it's very comprehensive. Again, it's a goal that I not only have I established here, but I have been the recipient of those kind of awards. So it's not like just, wow, fantasy thinking. In fact, I'll be very honest with you. If you ever get a chance, look at Bear Valley Community Service District. Okay, when I got there in 2007, I think they had just won the award 1 year. Well, I continued the award for the next 4 years. So when I was there, 4 years, 5 years, the district was awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence Financial Reporting. It's good PR. It's good to tell our residents we're following the governmental accounting standards as set forth by the Government Accounting Standards Board. So that's good for us. That's good PR. And like Jerry just made a point, if the district decides to pursue debt financing, let's say we need to borrow $5 million, okay? A good example, yesterday we had a meeting regarding potential future needs of the district, possibly financing, okay? And we've been asked to provide 5 years of financial statements, okay? Well, when they get that report, that's an audit report. It's not a CAFR. A CAFR means comprehensive audited financial report. And that is where I'm saying is if we get the award, the Certificate of Achievement and Excellent Financial Report, it means that we can get a better credit rating, which means we would save our residents money. So instead of getting, it's like a credit report. Someone pays their debt on time and get a credit report. You know, they get a good credit report and get a lower interest rate. Same effect. So that's, I'll make it kind of a long answer, but the other one is what's called our Distinguished Budget Awards Program. There again, I'm very proud to say I've been instrumental in getting that award for a couple of government agencies. And I want to make it very clear is that when I arrived at these two agencies, they had never been involved in the budget awards program. I'm very proud to say when I left, both agencies had plaques that were, when you walk into the chambers, or they are hanging up and things like that. So these are realistic goals. I've taken it from scratch, from A to Z, and I'm very confident we can do that. It's a good goal, but I'm going to be very upfront. It's not going to be a 1 year. And that's why when I put these finance goals, they're like a 2-year goal, not a 1 year goal. But I think they're realistic, they're doable, and I think we have a great staff, and I believe we have a great board that will be in support of that.
Well, if I could just make one comment,
Okay.
I'll just say, Rudy, I do remember, and all of us on the board, including Mr. Pearson, who was in the audience at that time, and members of the audience that I've spoken with since, that first presentation that you did, I think it gave us all a pretty good feeling that you're not only very competent, but you're also very sincere and wanting to be very upfront and transparent with regard to the economic situation with regard to the district, and letting the ratepayers and the residents of this community know what's going on. And we all do appreciate that. And I wish you good luck in obtaining this Excellence Award. And anything you can do to be helpful to the finances of this district is much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Vice President Barringer.
Yes, thank you. For the sake of time, it's 4:10, and we have two very important things to do near the end, so maybe an hour ahead of time we might want to consider changing the agenda. But let me make a quick comment anyway. I think that this annual financial report and the certificate of achievement is in fact a goal. Everything else is just what's going to happen. We're going to look at the bank, and these are activities, and the only real goal on this whole sheet is that one and the last one. Be awarded the Distinguished Budget Award through the Government Finance Officers Association. Those are goals that are measurable. It can get there, and these other things are just ways to get there, or things that are happening, activities, and normal things that are going on. So if I were to revise or revisit goals, I think each department could have no more than 3, and there's an objective. Did you get to that? I don't care how you get there. I care, did you get that goal? Did you achieve that goal? So anyway, that's the only comment I have on the general manager's report, and I'm looking forward to the finance manager's report.
Director Pearson.
I second Vice President Barringer's remarks about we need goals that have measurable metrics and timelines on them as to when we're going to get these things done. That goes for all the different segments of our district. There also needs to be some general manager's goals that are similar, and I guess we do that at a performance review or something like that, or get ready for a performance review. Or we can ask him to bring those at
Becomes
the next meeting or
expectations.
something. Okay. The only other comment I have is on your report is on page 12. I like the idea of the metrics that are here as far as what got done in December by the water staff. I really like Chief Hollingsworth's chart that he puts up every month to tell us what he did. I'd like to see this stuff also charted, okay, with maybe some goals alongside of them so we can see how they're doing towards the goals. And the use of acronyms can be eliminated if they can. USA locations were completed. I have no clue what a USA...
It's a utility service here, things that they paint on the streets.
Oh, okay.
So somebody doesn't dig
So-
up our
so-
pipe.
So if that was explained somewhere, even in a note or something, that would be helpful. So, thank you.
Also, in the interest of time, I do have some comments on the goals, and I don't think that it's a goal, anything that's on this list, that's just part of doing the job that you have. So, for example, maintain fiscal oversight of CCSD budget for all departments. That's a part of its job description, I think, and so it's not necessarily an annual goal. And it's also not really that measurable. There's things that are outside of control of the finance person or finance department, even, in terms of achieving the budgeting. I am very glad to see the activities that are going to be coming up and that we're going to be going into, but I tend to agree that there's, I don't want to put a limit on the number, but I think there's a couple of things that are important to note, which is, one, Director Pearson mentioned, I don't see any goals for you. What is the general manager going to be doing to ensure that all of these goals are met? How are you going to hold your staff accountable for achieving the things that you want them to achieve? I would like to acknowledge Gail Robinette, who, when I first joined the board, was insisting we needed to put the personnel policies on the agenda and get those updated, and that was back in 2012, and we're still not there yet. And I appreciate that there's been a lot going on, believe me. I completely appreciate that, being president this last year. There's a few of the, a lot of the wastewater goals would be great if there was a way to measure that. Like, if you want to have, updating and submitting the sanitary sewer management plan. That's clear. We can tell whether it was done or not. We know whether that goal was met. If we are doing something like manage critical lift stations in SCADA system as resources are made available, well, how many are you going to try and do this year? And if you can't get to them because of resources, that's fine. Maybe all the resources we have is one. The goals should help us do the budgeting so that the resources are available for the goals you want to achieve operationally. At least that's my personal opinion. Personally, for utilities, instead of seeking grant funding, I think what we need to be focused on is putting together the projects so that they are shovel-ready. We can't get a grant until it's shovel-ready. Let's get some projects defined and prepare them to be shovel-ready so that we can get grants. And we need to pick those based on the priorities that the general manager sees as the most important things to get ready first. So that's about, okay, let's define what it is that we want to get shovel-ready and then do that, because then the board can back that with the financial resources that would be required to do environmental evaluation, to do the design project part. No point to even looking whether there are grants until we're actually at that point. Otherwise, we're looking more like at loans. So what I would like to see is how are you going to hold your staff accountable, and how can we hold you accountable to these goals? And I'd like to see that to help with the budgeting process, to help the board understand the priorities that are needed. One thing that was missing, I believe that there should be something under human resources relating to reorganization and staff training. There were recommendations that we should be following, and I don't see those in here anywhere. And so I would like to see that begin to happen, because until we are on stable ground, it's really important that we do the things that we have committed to saying that we've done. So,
You referring to the recommendations?
yes.
Okay, we can discuss that more.
I do want to, one of the things that, two clarifications on the facilities resources report, it says the community park has been completed. You meant the dog park portion of the community park, because the community park is more than just the dog park, right?
The whole project that was approved by the board?
Right, the dog park part of the project and the parking lot area but there's still more to do there,
Well,
isn't there? Or am I?
There's always more to do, but there's what the board approved, the $336,000. All the components of that agreement were complete.
Okay.
So the fields, the dog park, the parking lot, the swales, the drainage, all that's been completed. So if and when there becomes funds available and there's additional work that needs to be done, and it falls within the environmental document that was created originally, but it is complete.
So we can essentially send a letter to the county saying that our agreement has now been upheld for the money that we got that they helped us out when we purchased the Fiscalini Ranch? Would you say that would be true?
It goes back many years. I'd have to do some research and talk with district council on that.
That's kind of what I was trying to get to, is I thought there was going to be slightly more than just a dog park and a parking lot.
No,
Director Berenger?
There is.
Yes, this was definitely a phase one project.
Okay.
The infrastructure, though, is there. No private money would go into building 4 handicapped places or doing a 1% swale.
So if
So
it
now
said
it-
phase one of the community park.
Is complete. And now,
Okay, that
other
helps. Thank
phases,
you.
how we fund those or who funds them.
Right,
And I
that's
think
further.
that infrastructure did in fact, I don't know if it's in writing from the county, but it was to provide a public access, and I think that that's been completed, but I don't think it requires a letter of any kind. It's just that the threat of withdrawal of those funds is gone, or should be gone.
So I just wanted to be clear about what was, so there is a second phase to this, that we have no idea how we're going to fund, and we have no timeline yet, but at least we have phase one is done, and that's what that says.
Correct, and we'll have to go back and look at the source document, that agreement. You're referring to the $500,000 that was
Yes.
given by the county
Yes.
to do the necessary environmental
I just want to
work.
make sure I'm not crazy that I didn't think there was something
That probably goes
else.
back 12 years or
At
something
least,
like that.
yeah. Okay, so
there may
on,
be some conditions associated with that. We'll District Council and I will check into that and see if there's.
and then the last thing that I wanted to do is, and I'm sure that you would have done it, but you were really trying to get to all the goals and keep the time brief, which is that that one of our water department operators passed his grade 3 exam, and so I mean I think that it's good to acknowledge employees that reach these achievements, and so Travis Holt passed his grade 3 treatment exam, and I would like to, as a board member, I'm very happy to hear that we now have 3 T3 water treatment license folks on board, and I just wanted to acknowledge him for doing that, and for the district for supporting him in the training and getting that exam, so. Thank you.
If I could just make one brief comment with regard to the park on the East Ranch. I think it was more to be addressing, like say, recreational activities. So it is interesting that the first thing that happened out there was not necessarily a soccer field or a softball field, but a dog park, which is great recreation for the canines, but I don't think that was the ultimate intention of that facility out there. And I've also heard that because there's chips out there at the dog park, that some of the dogs their feet are relatively sensitive, and so they're having some issues with that. I've just heard that, so I thought I would throw that out there as, pardon me?
Is it? Yeah.
Well, maybe it's because they're newer chips.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Before we get to the finance.
Yes, please,
could we
Director
take a
Pearson.
short break?
I think that would be entirely appropriate, because they're coming for me. I can hear them. Okay, we'll come back in about 5 minutes, a little bit before 4:30. I just wanted to ask, thank you.
And
Now
we did,
can get back
we
on
actually
track.
contacted them, and, yeah, they were supposed to be
So
here.
let's get back
you want
on
to do
track.
that next month?
We'll look at that when we get to future agenda items.
Okay, all right. Yeah. And
All
I
right.
feel comfortable giving this if you want me to, but whatever the board.
I want to hear from the finance manager.
Okay.
But first, Director Farmer has a...
Yeah, thank you. And this is an item I meant to bring up, but my head got kind of full of stuff and then emptied out in the wrong direction. One of the things that was brought up in the general manager's report was the idea of billing every month instead of every other month, so we'd have more of a handle on how much money we had. So I'm thinking, well, if you're getting paid like once a month or every 2 weeks, you still know how much money's coming in. And how much more is it going to cost to bill every month instead of every other month? I personally feel like it sounds like, oh, well, this is really cool, but it doesn't make any sense to me. And especially because, I mean, you can correct me, Finance Manager Hernandez, wouldn't it cost more money to bill every month? I mean, you're sending out a bill every month instead of every other month.
Okay, I think the majority of agencies that I've seen bill monthly. Okay, in accounting and financial reporting, we accountants have what's called matching principle. What that basically means, the best way you monitor your budget is compare your revenues earned for that period as compared to expenses paid for that period. So it's a good way to really monitor how you really came out for that particular month. Okay, that's why many agencies bill monthly for that reason. But I think you're bringing up a good point. Before we just go there, we like to analyze the cost. What does it cost to do it monthly as compared to bi-monthly? And that would be kind of the driving force, which direction we go.
Vice President Berenger.
Yes, and I think that with new financial vision, there's a lot of efficiencies that can come into it. We can encourage people to pay online or pay with cash advance or something, and a lot of people really do have to budget to pay their water bill, and when they get a big one, it's better if they just get small ones. And also it'll reflect the true cost on a monthly basis compared to what somebody else does elsewhere. So as a policy, we're not making policy now, but as a policy, I would prefer monthly billing. It's much more transparent, much more accurate.
And it's a policy that the ad hoc rates committee will be looking at as part of doing the rate study, and that will be the expenses will be included. Director Wharton?
And an advantage to buy a monthly billing, as well as what I witnessed this at the counter when I left a meeting with Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Gruber, was a customer came in with a really high water bill. He had a leak somewhere. We could detect these leaks just a little bit earlier. We could soften the blow. Instead of a $500 bill, it could have been mitigated down a little bit more. He could have caught it earlier, as opposed to waiting 2 months to finding that. So, So there's some. I see it both ways, but yeah.
We are reading every month now. That goes back to the genesis of the stage 3 and the need to really have an understanding of the amount of water you're using. But it warrants some discussion. And Director Farmer's right. There is a cost associated with it, but the cost could be offset by a more efficient financial software and things like that. And I know there's been discussion too about if there are rate adjustments implemented. It seems to be a softer blow, if you will, to somebody who is managing their limited resources, and so. But really, what we came up with this idea is strictly for one reason: is just monthly expenditures versus monthly revenues. We have monthly expenditures, but we have bi-monthly revenues, other than the general fund. So we really just want to get a better handle on. You're right, Director Farmer. We already project how much we anticipate getting through the budget process, but I really have a lot of confidence in Mr. Hernandez's recommendations. But ultimately, it's a goal. It's a board decision. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Again, once again, good evening, Madam Board and members of our Madam President, members of our board and our public. Presented to you this afternoon is my finance manager's report for the month of January of 2018. I'm going to start off by talking a little bit about the first item, the first of 5 items, and this has to do with our financial statements that General Manager Gruber and myself have made a recommendation to start presenting these reports on a monthly basis. And as I mentioned as part of my comments, the real drive behind this is to better monitor our budget, okay? And also, in the event that something does come up, we can address a financial deficit or whatever issue timely versus 2 months later, 3 months later. And in fact, it kind of leads to the point that one of our members from the public has questioned over the last 6 or 12 months, these are the things that have happened, discrepancies, and I think when those issues come up, you can catch them more quicker when you do monthly financial statements. Okay, so there is that advantage, and I think it will also help in responding on a timely basis to those kind of issues. Not wait 3 or 4 months later or a year later, but on a timely basis. So that's a big advantage. I also refer to this particular first item as a WIP work in process. In talking to General Manager Gruber, I think we want to enhance the document. This report that you're seeing this afternoon, it's more of my predecessor's format. Again, I got nothing against him. He's a nice guy. But I've been around for the longest time. And I think part of my plan and recommendation to Jerry and the board is to look at enhancing the document. What I mean by that, does it meet the goals? As I mentioned last month, my philosophy as a finance manager is to not only give timely reporting, but accurate reporting. So we want to make sure that is accomplished, as well as the lay term. Does a layperson, does he or she understand what's being presented? Okay, so these are the kind of issues that we'll be evaluating as we look at presenting our reports every month. So that's why I refer to it as a WIP work in process. And one of my features that I like to include is charts and graphs. When you see charts and graphs, sometimes I have the feedback I've gotten from the public is they like charts and graphs. They can relate better to charts and graphs. So, and that's what I mean. I think our public, I'm sure, has some good ideas and that they can share with the board and staff. And I think it's a good way to move in that direction. So we all are on the same page. We're getting timely reports, accurate reports, and reports that they understand. So I just want to mention that. So as you get the report today for November, keep in mind this is a work in process document, and your comments to enhance the document are highly recommended. Okay, and so anyway, that's my first comment on that item. The other item, as I call it, expenditure report for the month of December. And as I told Jerry when I interviewed for the job, I'm not a status quo person. I'm not just going to walk in and start doing the job. What I do is I look for ways on how we can promote operational efficiency, effectiveness, things like that. And one of the things I discovered is that the expenditure report that the board was getting was taking about an hour and a half to do. So because of my prior experience in doing these kind of reports, the report has been automated. So instead of spending an hour and a half to do it, it kind of takes more about 10 minutes to do. Because a lot of it now, it's what I mean by automated. I download the report from the accounting software program into an Excel spreadsheet. And the old practice, would be to add all the numbers up, manually into the Excel spreadsheet. But now all I do is hit a button, and there it is. Within 5 seconds, it's done. So when I say it's about 5 minutes to do the report. So those are the kind of issues that Jerry and I are working on for our district. We want to make our operations as efficient as possible. So there are a few other areas that I didn't mention. One of them is the bank reconciliation, because before I walked in through these doors, I had worked with moms for about 12 years. So moms was not new to me. So when I walked in, I discovered, I've worked with it for about 12 years, and the district's not taking advantage of certain parts of the system. Yeah, it's true, it's obsolete, and it's not very efficient, but there's some features that are good. And one example is the bank reconciliations, because right now it's being done a lot on Excel spreadsheets. It's kind of complicated right now, okay? When in fact, if we use the mom's cash management system, we can really reduce the amount of time it takes to do those bank reconciliations, okay? And that involves good internal controls, and also allows us to better manage our cash, allows us to better enhance our investment earnings, even though right now, as we all know, the banks are not paying a lot of interest, but it's going up a little bit. Latest from our local agency investment fund, it was paying 1.34%, which is not bad, but as interest rates starts going up, you'd be surprised just how much better we can do when we have a good cash management system in place. So those are the things we look at that I'm evaluating right now. Another item is number 3. I talk about adopt a budget, and one of the things that walked in is that the mom's the fiscal year current budget 17-18 was not in the MOM system, and that's the first thing you need to do every year when you adopt a budget. You have to include it in the MOM system, and what that basically does, it allows you to monitor your budget. Okay, and again, I'm sure my predecessor had a different way of doing it, but the way it works is that whenever you get an invoice, well, once your budget's in the system, you get an invoice, you want to pay it. Okay, the system will flag you down. It'll tell you, hey, buddy, you have $10,000 in the budget. Your invoice that you want to pay is $11,000, so you want to pay more than what's in the budget. It'll flag you. The little red light will come up. Okay, so that's the advantage of having the budget in the MOM system. And already, I want to compliment one of our accounts payable person, because what she's doing, she's tracking those items that are coming up with no budget or where they're over budget. And so she's giving me a copy of those. So when the board gets the mid-year budget review later on, we'll be able to address those budget issues at that time, and then continue to monitor it that way on a monthly basis. So having the budget into the MOM system is such a big advantage versus not having it. Okay, so those are the things that I've implemented with Jerry's support and the support of the finance and staff. The other one that we want to do is the mid-year budget review. And as I mentioned to Jerry, in my staff report, I mentioned that we would like to have it before the board end of February, but I think there's so much analysis I need to do. Okay, in particular, as we saw this morning, or heard this morning from our member of our public about the Sustainable Water Facilities Fund, there's all these discrepancies. And I really want to get a grip on that, so that I can stand here and tell the board, yeah, this is what it is. Again, in all due respect to Ms. Bettenhausen, I think that's great, but same time, I'd like to get that my hands around that and really have it nailed down. So her and I and whoever else from the public, the board, Jerry, we're all on the same page. So I'd like to say within the near future, I want to strongly believe that that's going to be a thing of the past, where we're off all these, big dollar numbers. Okay, so just want to let the council board know what's going on there. And the last item, number 5, is a New York County software program. And just like I mentioned to Jerry when I first walked in here at work, our system moms, I mentioned, I've worked with it for 12 years, but it's really outdated. What's happened is moms back in the late 80s, they were state of the art. Today, they're probably one of the worst outdated systems in place because they never kept up with the latest technology changes and things like that. So I think there's substantial, great improvements out there that we can implement for our district. So I have been working and talking with software vendors, and as Jerry mentioned earlier, we're going to be meeting with the IT committee very soon. In fact, next Wednesday, January 24th at 10 a.m., to give a presentation on why we believe the Tyler Encode program is the right way to go. Okay, because there's just so many things that we could enhance our financial operations. I'll just make a quick example. For example, if someone has a $10,000 budget, okay, and here we are in January, they have a budget of $10,000 for office supplies. End of the month, they get a financial report February 1st. End of the month, they show that their budget for office supplies is $10,000. Actual spent is $5,000. Amount available, $5,000. Is that really true? Maybe, maybe not. Well, how do we know? Because it's very possible that there could have been a purchase order written on the last day of January, and that is not reflected in the budget. So here the manager thinks that they have $5,000 available, but when in fact there was a purchase order written for $3,000 that has not been reflected against that budget. So that could be a little bit misleading, and one of our goals is once we get the new Tyler in place, that manager will be able to be wherever he or she's at, wastewater plant, water plant, and be able to the minute he or she makes that purchase, it will be reflected on his budget. So right away he can call it up and say, budget 10,000, actual 5,000. Amount spent, $3,000, and the true amount available is $2,000. So that's a good way to track our budget, and that's the direction we're going, okay, with the new accounting software program. And the just one last item before I move on. You probably have noticed that there isn't the utility billing information in this report. As I mentioned, this is my first report, and Jerry was nice enough to give me a chance to evaluate the document. Okay, so for that reason, it's not in this November report, but it will be beginning with the December report. You'll get that utility billing information. Okay, so just want to let you know it wasn't an oversight. It was just the timing of when the billing took place. We mentioned that we're in a 2-month billing. I completed my report on the 12th, okay, and then we got their numbers like in January on the 13th, like next day. So I just want to let the board know and our public is that utility report will be in the December financial report. So that concludes the first page. I can ask, does the board want to ask questions now or later on? It's on the first page. Later? Okay, great, okay. Yeah, if you can go to the second page, please, where it says cash balances. Okay, and this particular document, I didn't change anything. This is what was in the previous last month's report, and all it's showing is what the audited cash balances are as of June 30th, 2016. This report will not be updated until the June 30th, 2017 audit is complete. You're probably wondering where are we at with that, and we're almost done with it. The last item that remains is our GASB 68 report, and we're hoping to have that done sometime by, the audit report done by sometime in February of next month, okay? If you go to the next page where it talks about CCSD current cash position and projection, and this report is as of December 31st, 2017, and there you have it, folks, what our cash is for each particular account, including our investment, local agency investment fund and things like that. So including the outstanding checks. So available cash at the end of December 31st is $2,914,121, as shown on the report, okay? And one of the things I've shared with Monique and Jerry recently is one of the things I don't like doing is I don't like keeping a lot of money in one checking account with one local bank. And the reason why is because, they're insured through the FDIC up to $250,000. Okay, anything in excess of $250,000, it's pledged by collateral. I believe by law they're required to pledge collateral. Anything over the $250,000, but I just feel safer with putting our money with local agency investment fund. They're a very well managed agency. In fact, they provide investment management services for almost every agency in California. I'm talking about cities, counties, special district, colleges, nonprofit groups. So they're very well recognized on a professional level. Okay, so what I like about them is that they're well managed, and I think I can safely tell the board that the risk factor is very, very low. They have a big. Last I heard, they had a staff of around 20 people that just on a daily basis monitor the budget, okay? And not only that, but they diversify the money. They just don't keep it in one place. They spread it out between treasury bills, commercial paper, various type of investment types. So they diversify the money. And one of the critical elements or issues, if you want to safeguard your money, diversity is the way to go. Put it in different areas, treasury bills, commercial paper, CDs, whatever the case. The more diversification you have, the more safer your monies are, okay? So that's one thing that LAIF does. They do that. And so safety is our first priority. Our second one is yield. And as I mentioned, their current rate as of a few days ago was 1.34%, which is not bad. For these times, 1.34 is pretty good. And the last thing that we also look at is called liquidity, okay? Liquidity means is that once we move the money to over there with our investment pool, okay? And let's say Jerry comes to me and tells me we need $50,000 today because our contractor wants to get paid and so forth. Well, as long as we make the call before 10 o'clock, that money will be in the bank the same day. So we don't have to wait a week, 2 weeks, okay? So that's the advantage of being with LAIF. So well managed in terms of safety, yield is very good, and also liquidity is also a good factor. Okay.
Before you move away from that, I know we were holding questions, but are you saying that we're going to move the money that's currently in Pacific Premier,
yeah, well, we have
more
money
of it over to?
More of it, yes,
Okay.
more. And President Rice, I like to refer to it as idle money, because on a daily basis, I keep track of how much money we have,
Right.
what checks have been issued, outstanding, and stuff like that. So,
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that.
You're
Go ahead.
welcome, President Rice.
If I could, we did move our basis points at the current bank were 0.4%, 0.4?
40 basis points.
40 basis points. So we took $500,000?
That's the plan, Jerry.
Yeah, we're going to take $500,000, put it in LAIF and get 1.34, and so it makes sense. It really does.
You're welcome. Okay. And the other page, cash balances, again, this is just the report that was presented last month. There's no changes. It's on this is page 4 of the report. I have no comments on that one, okay? And likewise, on the other, there's some graphs that, again, I didn't change that, so that report is the same as prior month. And the last one is the debt service, which is long-term debt and so forth. Again, this is what my predecessor prepared. I didn't change that yet. So that concludes that part of the report. I can answer questions now on these items before I get into the budget status report, or would you like me to continue on? Okay, continue on.
Yeah. Can you turn on the mic and say that same thing?
Yeah, I tend to think that the report next month will be more complete. So
Yes.
rather than going into all of the detail,
Yes, very true,
take a look at it.
Director. Yes, very good. Okay, one thing I was going to point, because again, I'm still learning. Okay, there's a lot to learn, and but as on a daily basis, I learn more. Okay, so next month you'll get probably the same format, but the numbers, I'll be in a better position to start answering them as you ask. Okay.
And just on a basis of our limitations on time, if there's things you want to specifically point to, let's do it like that so that we can. But I don't want to miss anything that's important. So,
okay, but
thank you.
Just added what you just stated, President Rice, is some of these numbers I'm not ready to answer them yet but what I'm doing right now and working with Jerry and is as we look at our expenses paid. For example, once we go through the report, you'll see a 42% spent. I'm sorry, 40% of the year completed, okay? I always look at 5% as a general rule of thumb. It shouldn't be no more, which means if it's 42%, well, 5% is 47, okay? So if anything's above 47%, my red light goes on. Let's analyze this particular account, okay? So that's the way we manage our budget, okay? So anyway, if we can go to the summary, which is on the summary, which is the first page of my report. And the first one you'll note is his general fund. Everybody there? Okay. The one thing I want to point out, Board, is that if you look at the general fund change to fund balance, you'll note has a negative 779,637, a $770,000 deficit. Okay. As I mentioned last time, that has to do with our property tax money that comes in, and is just until the money comes in, we're going to continue to have it look like that. Okay. In fact, what I meant to do is give the Board a written report on property taxes, but I'm going to shift gears a little bit and give it to you now. I would have preferred giving you a written report, but due to time constraints. Okay. So, in fact, if you don't mind me saying, I got an email from my director, and this is something that very good questions. Okay, very good questions. So. But let me just start off by saying is our district's annual property budget for the current year is $2,376,949, and that's all general fund departments, fire department, facilities and resources, parks and rec. So our total budget for the current year property taxes is $2,376,949. And the question is, well, how much have we received through December 31st? Of 2017, which is midpoint. We have received 1,055,547, 1,055,547, which represents 44% of our annual budget. So we've collected 44% of what we are expecting to get. Okay, and so when I spoke with Patrick, I go, well, okay, I wasn't here during the time the budget was adopted by the board, but was there a mid-year target established? And what I got from Patrick, yes, the number that was projected at mid-year was $1,188,949. And I want to apologize to the board. In the future, I'll make sure I put this in writing so that, it's just easier to follow. My biggest apology. So again, the target was $1,188,949. The actual was through 12 months, but the first through December 31st was $1,055,547, which means we fell short by $132,943. But at this point, please don't panic, okay? I'll tell you why in a minute, why don't panic. Okay, one is that some of the questions, if I was sitting as a board member, I would go, why didn't we meet our target, okay? This is why, okay? It's very common that property taxes are due, I believe, November 10th, okay? And for some reason, it's just common practice where not everybody's going to pay their property tax bill by November 10th. Well, what happens if the county doesn't get, they're only going to give us what they collect, okay? And for this particular situation, that's what they gave us, $1,055,547. And that's why we fell short the 132. It's just a timing of when the money's paid. It doesn't mean they don't pay it. They just pay it in December, sometimes January, but sooner or later we get it, okay? But that's my first statement. The statement that I'm going to assume you don't know, but I'm going to tell you is that I shared with Jerry, okay? Because I called the county. I called them regarding Cambria CSD's property taxes, okay? And just so you know, we're what's called the teeter program. The teeter program. Some of you, again, you may know, may not know what it is, but the teeter program basically means this, okay, is that, I mentioned earlier that the budget shows $2,376,949. That could be a budget number, okay? But what happens is what the county does, they bill, let's say, hypothetically speaking, that's the amount that the county billed on behalf of Cambria. They send out all these bills, which based on the assessed values, in the amount of $2,376,949. What the teeter bill means is that we're going to get 100% of that. There's no ifs. We're going to get all of it, okay? And what happens, well, what about the penalties and interest? On those delinquencies, the county keeps them. They keep the property tax as far as penalties and interest. That's yours. So that's a trade-off, okay? The good news is we're guaranteed to get 100% of what's billed. The bad news is we don't get our penalties and interest on those delinquencies, okay? So I just want to let you know, and that's why I said we fell short 132, okay? But here's what happens so you would know, okay? We don't get that the money, the delinquency money, the portion, that 132, for example, okay? Let's say if end of the year, that's how much we have in delinquencies, okay? We've collected everything but 132. In July, I believe, or August, what the county is going to do is give us a 132 for last year. So they will give us 100% of what was billed on the tax rolls. Okay, so that is what the teeter plan is all about. And we are on the teeter plan, just for FYI. Okay, so that being said, any questions, or I can move on to my report. Okay, let me move on. Okay, we're going to start off with the fire department revenues. Okay, and if you know, the first one's the fire department, and you'll note that 5 months equals 42%. So as I mentioned earlier, is I look at that number and say, okay, where are we? As you can see, folks, it's 13%. I just explained a big part of our fire department revenue is property taxes. So when you get your report for December, you're going to see that number go up quite a bit. So the December report will reflect that the actual property taxes received through December. Okay, and same is true for the fire benefit assessment. That's 25%. You're going to see that go up also. Okay. So anyway, any questions there on that particular page? Okay.
Vice President Berenger.
Let me just say that I'm sure that you realize that all of us have read these.
Okay.
And what I do, just for the public to know, is I will meet with the general manager and go over any questions I have
Okay.
on there. So if the public doesn't see me asking a lot of questions, I've already done that with a 1 hour session with
Okay,
the general
good.
manager. So,
Okay. Yeah, because I know I'm probably making this a long
no, please do.
presentation.
Please continue.
Okay, so anyway, the 13% is the revenues for fire and expenses. Again, the board has looked at them. I've highlighted those that are above 42%, and as I mentioned, we'll be looking at those. So I guess probably the easiest way is probably to ask, does the board have any question about any of the expenditures? Rather than go over and over these numbers.
Are there questions that board members, after looking at the year-to-date fiscal year budget report, does anybody have questions or comments? Director Farmer?
I just have brief observations and comments.
So if you don't have questions, we're going to go to public comment first, and then we'll come back to the board for comments and observations.
Oh, I thought you were asking us for the, okay.
I was asking if you had specific questions on the...
No, we can just hear from the public first, and then I'll make my comments.
Okay. So first up is Elizabeth Bettenhausen, and then Tina Dickinson.
I appreciate you, microphone, and not as much as I appreciate Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you.
I know this is transition. I want to raise 4 quick points. I want to thank you for updating the Capital Cost Recovery Department budget in this report. We now have November in there, which we, of course, didn't have last month. And we now know that the capital recovery budget spent $426,000 plus so far. I want to thank you for adding the capital projects budget, all 4 pages 29 to 33 in your agenda, directors. That was not in last month when you had your quarterly budget review, and I fully expect that it will be in with even more clarity when you do your midterm review. It is not clear in the report, however, how much of this has been spent this fiscal year, because this budget tends to run from, well, it doesn't tend, from 2014 to the current. So we have no idea what was spent this year on that in that budget. I pointed out at the meeting on the 4th of January, lots of expenditures from vendors other than CDM Smith we don't have, and I'm not sure that the finance manager should be asked to go back and correct the past. I'm not saying that, but since this is still a current capital project and we have current expenditures, I'd like to know what the current expenditures are, not just what was lumped together with the past. Mr. Finance Manager, you have not included the water sales history in your report, which had always been included, and it's the only place where we can find out what SWF base and SWF usage rates bring in. And so now we don't know what the most recent is. And it could be that we don't yet have the billing summary, of course, until the 21st. But usually the previous finance manager did include that data in his report every month. So I've written to you about that, and we can check. The final thing I want to point out is that if we add the expenditure summaries at the end of every consent agenda expenditure report for the first 6 months of this fiscal year, we'll start July 1 and we'll go all the way up to the end of December. If we add those expenditures up, these are not my numbers, friends. I'm not talking about Elizabeth's cute little numbers. I'm talking about CCSD numbers all the time here. The CCSD numbers say that we have spent $1,111,150 on the SWF in 6 months. This fiscal year, we've spent that. But if we look at the reports that are there in the Capital Cost Recovery Department of expenditures, we're $684,452 over. We've spent more than that and it's not apples and oranges. It's your dear desire to clarify the format breaks my heart with joy. I can't tell you how grateful I would be, because we now care, but we can't figure out the sheets. and we can't throw them in the washer either because they'll dissolve. And so these sheets need attention, friends, for your budget decisions and your review next month or maybe March. I can understand postponing it a month so that we get clarity on, and I'm just talking about SWF. What are we spending the money on? I want to know. That's my only point. And again, I can't thank you enough for a cooperative work as a finance manager. I really do appreciate it, Mr. Hernandez. I really do.
Thank you. Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez, for a comprehensive report. I've never heard one since I've been here quite like it. And while members of the board may be in a hurry to get out of here, certain members, I'm not. I'm willing to be here once a month to hear your report, and I look forward to them because we need them. As far as Elizabeth has said so much that I would have already said, so I'm not going to go there. As far as the financial award, this lofty goal, I'm sorry, that doesn't fly with me. Plaques on the wall don't mean a thing to me. It's what is in the numbers and what kind of financial situation we find ourselves in. Once we get there, we may deserve a plaque on the wall, but not till we get there. So I would say, too, that if anyone deserves a financial award in this town, it would be Dr. Elizabeth Bettenhausen, who has done a tremendous amount of work on finances and should not be questioned by staff other than for the information that she provides, which, believe me, it's incredible. She puts many hours into it. I would, about the billing situation that Director Farmer brought up, I do not think we need to bill every month. I think it's more costly. We don't have the figures. We don't have numbers. I, for one, appreciate not getting a bill from Mission Country or from CCSD. I like getting two bills that I don't have to look at every month. And because I care very much about my water bill, believe me, it's never going to be to the point where it'd be so explosive that I'm going to be that shocked. I plan for it. I go and read my meter regularly. I know what I'm going to get. So that kind of verbiage doesn't fly either. It's about saving money for this community, not spending more. When are we going to get that through to those who are in charge? The majority of people do not get leaks, Director Morton. They do not. There are few compared to 4,000 homes in commercial. So I don't think leaks are a reason for going to a monthly cycle. That doesn't fly with me either. So I look forward to your continued work. And I thank you so much because you really brought something to me personally, and I think to our community that we've been waiting for a long time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. I want to respond to something that has been raised by Director Farmer and by Ms. Dickinson, and explain why I would like to see the board majority support achieving the awards that Mr. Hernandez has listed as goals, and that is, it's an outside entity that essentially can provide us a peer review that speaks to that we are getting good reporting, and I think that that's an evaluation by an outside, even if it is an industry specific, and especially because it's industry specific, can give us some level of confidence, and especially even though I have a high level of confidence because of the work that's already been shown by Mr. Hernandez, I think it also will help build the community's confidence that we are doing it in the way that it needs to be getting done. And so we don't just need to rely on General Manager Gruber or Mr. Carmel or Mr. Hernandez to say this is the way that it's supposed to be done. We're actually getting an outside somebody to look at it and say, yes, that's right. That is the way that you should do it. So that's why I would like to see the board support that particular goal, because I think that it is the right thing to do for the building confidence in the agency, which we need.
I agree.
All right, Director Farmer.
So for my hopefully brief observations, page 55, CCSD cash position for December 31st, 2017, available cash, $2,914,121. Next page, at the bottom, projected cash balance, 6/30/18. 6 months later, $2,032,236. So obviously there's a difference there of roughly $850, give or take. I know when you first made your presentation, Rudy, the first time you got up, and twice you said, no reason to panic.
Okay.
And you just recently said, please don't panic. Well, if I see a difference of almost $1 million with regard to cash position from the end of December to this coming end of June, I don't know if I'm going to panic, but if that was happening to my bank account, I'd probably be very concerned. I just want to make that observation.
Okay.
And also, Dr. Bettenhausen, she said she'd be interested if we could know more about the monies that are being spent on the emergency water facility, also known as the SWF or the AWTP, whatever. Just a quick observation, once again, with regard to Abalone Coast Analyticals and the testing that goes on there, over $25,000, almost over $26,000 this past month, including $14,000 for dioxins and $2,000 for formaldehyde. There's a variety of different other numbers I could come up with here. CDM Smith task order costs, $27,000, and the total expenditures for the SWF. And I know, there have been members of this board that have said, well, at some point these numbers are going to go down. And I am going to go on faith that at some point in time, these numbers will begin to go down. But if we look on page 111, total SWF operations and total SWF project for December of 2017, the two totals are $149,995.49, which means, let's put it this way, these are the figures from the district. The total for the year of 2017 for the SWF, the money spent on that was over $1.6 million. Excuse me, just under $1.6 million. So if people are wondering, I just tried to give you a few specifics there, just quick observation. And just to remind folks, the plant is not operating. Thank you.
I just have a quick clarification, and then we're going to move on. The franchise fees, I thought that the board, and then Director Pearson has a question. The franchise fees, I thought we had shifted that over to cover the cost for the fire, or we were using it this year for the community park. Mr. Gruber, maybe I'm just getting mixed up. The franchise
believe you're
fees?
referring to once the Safer Firefighter grant runs out at the end of March.
Okay, that's when we were talking about having
Excuse
the franchise.
me, and that would be for the remainder of the fiscal year to help fund those three positions, I believe is what.
Okay, so the franchise fees that are in the approved budget for the fiscal year aren't actually coming into the Park and Recreation Department, it looks like. I'm looking at page 66. Right, 66. Because there's also a corresponding from general fund reserve revenue in the fire department. I just want to make sure we're accounting for the franchise fees in the right way. The way that the board had said. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Director Farmer. Yeah, you'll note for the most part it's zero, because franchise fees typically from PG&E and other companies doesn't come in usually about April.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. We're just having a little, I can't find my agenda. Oh, we're not to the consent agenda yet. Yeah, that's the consent agenda. Yeah. I don't know what I did with my agenda. I think the next is committee report. No, fire chief. I always mess up right around the time when it's the fire chief's turn. Director Pearson, thank you.
Yeah, two things. First, the audit report, have we received that yet? When's it due?
The plan director is to receive it sometime in February, which is next month.
Okay, we'll receive it then?
Yeah, the plan is to have it completed that time, and the hope is to have it also presented to our board next month. Okay. But absolute latest, first part of March, first weekend in March.
Very good, very good. The other thing is the new software that we're all looking forward to having and et cetera, and I saw lots of heads going, this is great, this is great. Would you go over the timeline for that so the expectation is clarified
yes.
with everybody?
I'd be more than happy to, Director. The current plan is to have it reviewed and discussed by the IT committee next Wednesday, the 24th, okay? And step 2 would be that we would come before the board next month in February, have the board approve it. That's step 2. The third step is once the board hopefully approves it, then we will move forward and start the actual implementation process. But the only catch to that, Director and board and public, is according to Tyler, it takes us as long as 9 months to get it fully implemented. Okay, if that's true, February, we could be looking at maybe November by the time we're finally done with it. Okay, and Jerry and we have a plan, and I'm sure the IT will support us, and that's to see what we can do to speed up the process. Rather than take 9 months, we're hoping to get it done within 7 months.
Terrific, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the public wasn't looking for these brand new reports in March or April. So.
Thank you, Director.
All right, found my agenda. Fire Chief's report. Chief Hollingsworth. Which I know you're going to keep it brief since we have you on the agenda today. Oh, lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm here to give you your public safety report for the fire department. And for the month of December, we had 90 emergency responses in the community, which gives us the total for 2017 of 1,058. That comes to just under 13% increase in call volume from the previous year. And again, that's a steady increase over time. One of the things that have been asked in the past is to give you some kind of indication of local versus non-local contacts, if you will. And I sent an email to the board with this information, and it's going to be included on your stats reports in the future. But we're averaging about a 23.2% contact with non-local patients within the community, with the highest contacts between the months of May to August, obviously, with this being a travel destination. Engine 5792, the brand new fire engine, is fully in service and has been so in the last month and a half. It's working very well, which is allowing us to go into the process of trying to surplus our 30-year-old fire engine. Question is whether or not we're going to find anybody that wants it. So we are going to go down that road and surplus it and get it out of our fleet. I wanted to give you a quick update on the incidents down south. All of our personnel that were assigned are back, and we're back to full staffing in town. For just so you guys know and the community knows, Montecito Highway 33 is going to be closed for at least another 3 weeks, and Caltrans and the incident command team is hoping to have Highway 101 open tentatively on the 22nd or 23rd of this month. So we're still probably 4 or 5 days out on that, so plan accordingly. We do have an open recruitment right now for reserve firefighter positions, and just let me clarify, this is not not additional. These are not additional positions. This is replacement of existing personnel that are moving on to other positions outside of our agency. There is a Fire Safe Focus is going to be hosting a town hall meeting on January 31st here at the Vess Hall, Wednesday the 31st. I believe it's from 3 to 5, but the time is right around that area. And it's going to be the first of a number of different town hall meetings, all focusing on community fire safety. We're going to have special speakers come in. There will be refreshments here at the time. There's going to be different information from our department, from sheriffs, from CERT. But it's to get all of that community information out, because information is vital to getting people informed about what's happening and from a fire safe standpoint. And then just as a close, to offer a seasonal safety concept, we've had very little rain just over the last couple of weeks, and yet we had 2 accidents immediately when it started raining. So just as a reminder, when it starts to rain, that probably means you should slow down just a bit, and both of those were related to excessive speed in the rain. So just throw that out as a quick reminder, and I'm over to you for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the fire chief right now? Okay, I'm sure we'll have questions for you later. Thank you for that report. I hope that, General Manager Gruber, I hope that we have a plan for if something, heaven forbid, knock on wood, doesn't happen, but if something were to happen like what happened in Montecito, that we have a plan of who calls who and how we go forward. I'm assuming we have one of those in place, not just the local hazard mitigation plan, but an actual action plan.
It's interesting. I've reached out, because Association of California Water Agencies reached out to all the CCSDs and asked them if they had some resources, which is piping. They needed 14-inch pipe down there. So I use that as an opportunity to reach back to them and say, is there any kind of mutual aid agreement? We had one in Big Bear, mutual aid agreement, in case something catastrophic happened, through an MOU that the board would adopt. I haven't heard back from them yet. Well, I haven't checked my emails today yet, but that's what we would really need. We would need, and then there's also the state OES, but entering into a mutual aid agreement with multiple other utility companies, with the understanding that if they need us, we go too. Right. That's how it works. But that would be our best option, and I'm looking into that. And hopefully there is an MOU with neighboring, utility companies, or something like that happened. We would.
I think there is a program. The Water Emergency Alternative Citizens Committee pulled some things together when they did their report in 2010, 29, whatever that was. I'll see what I've got still from that, since I was secretary on that committee. Thank you. I just want to, and maybe it's something we need to bring forward to make sure that we are prepared in case something were to happen.
It's been my experience, and I was, involved in management with hurricanes, is you can have a plan and work the plan, but when the big one hits, you take the plan and, because you got to start from scratch, so, but we do need to have a plan of some kind, but mostly some kind of mutual aid agreement where but we do need to have a plan in place, a mutual aid agreement where if something happens catastrophic that is beyond our capability, then we're going to have to get some help in here. We really are. I'm
glad to hear the Fire Safe Focus Group is going to be having some town halls. That's a benefit for the community. All right. There is the only committee that I know of that met was we had a kickoff for the rate study, and there really isn't anything to report. We just kind of, everybody got together and said, this is kind of where we're going. We're waiting to hear back from Alex Handlers from Bartle Wells on moving forward on that process. And as the general manager reported already in his general manager's report, there really isn't anything additional to that committee. In the interest of time, let's be quick on any other committee meetings or liaison reports. Vice President Behringer?
I have nothing to report.
Nothing from NCAC?
Pros had met, then there was continued talk on improving the gateways in and out of the dog park, and they set their keeping those operational because there's been some a piece of steel that stops the door was not thick enough, so it's been fixed. But they set some goals themselves. One is the pathway down Burton that borders Tin City. Pathways for, forget what the street name was, Jim, Director Banger maybe. But yeah, they wanted to look at purchasing some areas to explore some bike paths and walking paths.
Yeah.
To make
I think it's Piney Way.
Piney Way, that's right. Yeah.
Piney Way.
Piney Way. And then there was a third one regarding some bike paths and is trying to establish more recreational outdoor areas for that. So.
Thank you. Director Farmer?
I just want to make a brief report from the Forest Committee meeting. And the cool thing about the Forest Committee meeting that took place, oh, by the way, I don't have one from the Fiscalini Ranch because their annual and regular meeting is this Saturday. With regard to the Forest Committee meeting on January the 10th, almost roughly 60 people were in attendance. We had an excellent presentation by guest speaker Sarah Bisbing. She's a PhD professor at the University of Nevada in Reno, and she basically talked about tree mortality of the Monterey pines. Well, she talked about tree mortality all over the planet, which was scary in and of itself. But we're just talking basically about right here, right now. And obviously with the change in climate and everything like that, the main thing that she brought up, Cambria is a real hot spot of tree mortality. One of the contributing factors to that, and although we wouldn't necessarily know it right now, is the reduction in fog. Monterey pines really depend on fog. Also, she spoke about the fact that Monterey pines have a very limited heat tolerance. So as the heat increases here, our trees are going to have some difficulty, even if we get sufficient rain. If the trend continues and we have hotter days more frequently, our Monterey pine forest is going to be more stressed out. Well, she didn't have a very positive outlook going forward with regard to the trees. However, the one thing we can be grateful for is that the oaks are very tolerant of change in temperature. They don't require as much water, so that's not as problematic. And the strongest trees, oaks, pines, whatever, they do survive. So there we are. And also, just a reminder, not to forget, the Coastal Commission is coming to town next month. And so we're encouraging, the Forest Committee is encouraging folks to at least attend one of those meetings at the Pines Lodge. Thank you.
The second week of February. Yeah.
Yes, the 7th through the 9th.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. I think we are on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that anybody would like to pull?
I have one item that I would like to just make a brief comment on.
Okay.
And if there's no other issues, I will also make it a motion to pass the consent agenda unless we have a public comment.
Yeah.
But the very last page of item 6B, 5B,
the minutes.
on the minutes, page 128. And the board discussion followed. The board gave direction and bring back details on funding this as a special tax for a ballot measure. I believe what the board brought back direction detailing funding as a possible special tax ballot measure. And I think the discussion in my recollection was that before anything like that happening, we would have an ad hoc committee or a committee that's put together with some citizens on it in order to consider whether we even do that or not. It's going to be addressed later on down the line, but I just wanted to make that correction. And with that said, I move that we, I can move, and we can have public discussion.
Yeah.
I move that we accept the consent agenda as corrected.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Dickinson has left, so I think we're okay on the public comment unless there's somebody else that would like to comment.
If not,
All right. So we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Director Barron?
Aye.
Director Barron?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you. That passes unanimously. We're going to move on to the board business.
May I make a suggestion,
Yes, you
President
may.
Rice, is that we go directly to item 6B, because it might be a little bit lengthy, and C, and then go back to the agenda if we have plenty of time.
I think that we don't have anybody here for pros, so I think that it's
Okay, good.
okay. I don't want to
6B.
kick the can, but we're going to start with 6B because
Okay,
6, even though we didn't pull it at the beginning of the meeting, because we don't have anybody today for
Yes, ma'am.
pros to
That would be
represent
great.
that. Because I would have questions and I don't want to. So, I'll make sure that we add that to the list of future agenda items. All right, item 6B. For those of you still hanging in there, thank you.
This is, thank you, Madam President, board members. It's discussion and consideration regarding fire department staffing levels and a possible ballot measure for special tax election to fund 3 full-time firefighters. I'm going to turn this over to District Council Tim Carmel for give some information about it, an update on it, and then Fire Chief William Hollingsworth has a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, members of the board, I'll be brief. At the December board meeting, you had a robust discussion regarding funding priorities for various district projects and services. You directed staff to come back with additional information regarding fire department staffing, and specifically with some information regarding a possible special tax ballot measure that would assist in funding the additional 3 firefighters we got through the SAFER grant. As you'll recall, the SAFER grant provided 2 years of funding for 3 firefighters, which enabled us to have a four-person engine company, which, as the chief has indicated, is a very valuable thing. Those funds will end up being drained by March. You've provided funding for the balance of this fiscal year through franchise fees. In order to get a special tax ballot measure on the ballot, we will have to have all necessary information, the resolution and ordinance in the county's hands by February 21st. Our next meeting is February 22nd. So if you did want to proceed, we'd have to have a special meeting, and that special meeting would have to have a public hearing, which is required by the California Constitution. With regard to the ballot measure itself, the finance manager indicates that the special tax would be approximately $50 imposed on all 6,000 parcels within the district in order to generate the $300,000 in funding that would be necessary to keep these 3 additional firefighters on staff. One thing to note in your discussion is there will be a gap. The gap will be from the time, if the tax is in fact approved, and it would have to be approved by 2/3 of the voters voting at that election. There'll be a gap from July until the tax will start to be distributed to the district, which won't be until January. And as you know from the presentation you just heard, that's iffy in some circumstances. So those are sort of the background facts. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Of course, you could put it on a subsequent election, November. The June election is the soonest election that you could put this on. It's the statewide primary election. And it'll cost approximately $10,000 to $20,000 to put this on the ballot. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Chief Hollingsworth.
Hello again, and thank you for letting me come back here. This last month, I gave you as he indicated, a lengthy a report on this. I'm going to try to keep this brief. District Council has indicated that he's talked about the legal processes and things like that. And really what you've asked me to do is coming back a second time is to talk about the justifications behind it in a little bit more depth. And specifically what we're talking about is two specific NFPA standards, both 1710 and 1201. So one is very easy to explain and one's a little bit more difficult, but I'm going to kind of breeze through it because I think it's important because of the way you asked the question. And so it's very clear, it's very important to understand the rudimentary basis of what we're talking about. As of about a year and a half ago, we were providing service with 3 people on the engine at all times. That was a full-time captain, full-time engineer, and a reserve firefighter. With the SAFER grant, we are now providing 4 people on the engine at all times, full-time engineer, full-time captain, a full-time SAFER temporary firefighter, and a reserve. So that's the formula that we've been using and how this works. If we had the time and the ideal scenario, the best way to move forward in using NFPA 1710 would be to do an exhaustive self-assessment of the department, of what our capabilities are, and then use that as a justification for how we move forward, providing this is what we need for personnel, equipment, anything else that comes up. That process is in place in a way right now, but we don't have the time to go do the full assessment that we'd like to talk about. There is the premier version of this, if you will, which is through the Center for Public Safety Excellence, CPSE. This is a lengthy, exhaustive process, but it's considered elite. It's considered top of the line. There are agencies that want to go down this road, and they hire full-time people on staff to ensure this continues. That's how important this is. But one of the things you have to realize is with over the 27,000 fire agencies in the country, only 239 of them are actually accredited. So that shows you the disparity of everybody wants to hit the standard, and yet it's incredibly rare. That doesn't, however, mean that it's not worth going down the road to figure out how we can do versions of this. If we were to adopt this and embrace this concept, it would cost us, the district and the community, about $13,000 for the first year just to get the process going, an additional $1,000 at least every year to maintain that standard. So it's kind of like the finance manager was talking about the certificates and qualifications for finance excellence. This would be this similar type concept in the fire service world, but you pay for that benefit by constant reevaluation from peer groups across the country. So there is a value to this, but I think there's a better way of moving forward, and that is using the same model, but without going through all of the minutia of going through CPSE. And so we've gathered the model, we've got what the other departments are doing to measure these things, and what you're doing in this process is you're developing a detailed evaluation of your department, you're trying to identify all your strengths and weaknesses. That's a standard thing in your goal-setting process. You create ways to fix all of the deficiencies that you've identified in the self-assessment. This is a great way to encourage growth within your personnel, because that's a great way to just make your department succeed. And then it also really helps in developing the strategic plan on how you move forward. So there's a bunch of areas that we're talking about in that assessment. And we're talking about all this stuff, but we haven't said anything about that fourth person. Well, the fourth person directly affects all of the stuff that you see on the screen. And this is why we're talking about this real quickly, to get through what NFPA 17 is talking about. On a daily basis, through DOT mandates, we have to do exhaustive apparatus and equipment maintenance. That has to be looked, checked, signed off every day. Technically, they can't get in the rig and drive it unless it's been evaluated every single morning. There are extensive state and federal mandates in regards to training, and so we have to meet that every day. So there's this, in the old history of the fire department many years ago, there was a misconception, or a common misconception, and I've heard people say this: I bet you play checkers all day at the fire station. I've never played checkers at the fire station, but I understand what the theory is, because if you're not running emergency calls, what are you doing? Well, as time has progressed and mandates have progressed, this is the kind of stuff that's happening. Having the extra person on staff facilitates a lot of this going faster to get to the later parts of this list, which includes special projects, some of the things we want to do throughout the community to make it more fire safe, better public education, being out even more in the schools than we already are, and then all the just traditional standard maintenance and cleaning, because we live in a station 24/7, and all that stuff has to be maintained just like your own home. Much of that stuff is done to develop what we refer to as an annual report. This is a great self-assessment tool. It's very transparent. We could provide it to the community, and it's exciting to be able to do that, because we don't make that widget. We don't have something that we sell. So having an exhaustive report available to tell everybody what it is we're doing is critical in my mind. And in the past, we've been able to do 2 of them. They've been a few years old since any of that has happened. And so we're in the process right now of developing our next annual report, which in my internal goal is to have done at the conclusion of every fiscal year. So we're starting that right now. We've already developed our new mission statement. We've already developed our new vision statement. We've already developed the core values, which you'll see actually spell out Cambria, which I think is kind of unique. And we made a really intensive effort to make everything specific to the locale that we work in. This annual report, just as an example, is one of the last ones that was done in 2009. And even though Chief Miller was here at the time, I happen to be the one that put that together, so I'm intimately involved and understand the process here. Some of the stats and things you see there are the types of numbers and reports that we're going to be including in that. Why is that important? Because all of that then justifies what we do and how we do it and how many apparatus we need, how many personnel we need, and that then goes to the community so it's transparent and they can see what's happening on a regular basis. That is NFPA 1710. All of those requirements are then captured in there. To get into the meat and potatoes of NFPA 1201, this is the actual measurement tool that they define on how do you functionally do the job and how do you compare to the other agencies around the country. And luckily for us, NIST has done a lot of that work. NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and they have the federal funding to be able to come in and do these exhaustive tests. I've been able to be at a few of them back at the National Fire Academy, and it's an amazing process where they develop, for instance, on the arson side for investigations, they've built numerous small homes, if you will, burn them in various ways, and then we get to go in and do the investigations. And depending on how they do it, whether or not there's accelerants used or things like that, they have very comparable data to do. Well, this was done in the same way. NIST has, with exhaustive studies, has found that in your typical standard 2-story residential structure fire, it takes about 15 people to mitigate that problem effectively, safely, with everybody involved. Now, I'm not saying we need 15 people. I'm saying that we need the 4 to get us to the right point while all of our other automatic aid resources are getting there. This study, they used 60 identical full-scale experiments, and that was done to give you quantifiable, measurable data so you can make the most appropriate interpretation of what that data is. And it simulated that standard fire. Before they start, they have to identify what the exact things are that they're measuring. And so there's some redundancies on here. So if you look and see, well, why is there horizontal ventilation 1 and horizontal ventilation 2? Well, we're talking about different levels of the structure. Why are we talking about an advancing an attack line and then advancing backup lines? Well, if we're going to put people inside the house with the hose line, we're going to have people outside the house with the hose line and potentially backing them up even inside, depending on where the fire is. So all of these are identified as specific functions that were measured in great detail, and I've captured some of them on the next slide to give you an idea of what it was you're looking at. Because your ultimate question was, if I understood it correctly, I want to see numbers. I want to see why having that extra person is really important, and here's the explanation. We're talking about 2 different functions using a 3-person crew and a 4-person crew, and we're talking about 2 task time and task duration time, if that makes sense. So let's just look at ventilation time real quick, which is the top one on the left. If you have a 3-person crew, the average is it takes you 11 minutes and 32 seconds to get to the function of doing a ventilation, whether it's horizontal or vertical, depending on the scenario. For a 4-person crew, it takes 8 minutes and 48 seconds. That's because they have to gather tools, get the stuff ready, get all their PPE on, and do all that kind of stuff, which means there's an immediate time savings of 2 minutes and 44 seconds. That's just to get to the task. So if now we talk about task duration, it takes 7 minutes and 1 second for a 3-person crew on average to do this task, and for a 4-person crew, it's 4 minutes and 42 seconds. So there's another time savings of 2 minutes and 19 seconds, which puts us at a total of almost a 5-minute savings for that one task. Did you follow me on all that? So I could do that for all of these examples, every one of them. Now, the only one that doesn't have additional information is primary search, and I just want to quantify that very quickly. There are too many variables in there to give you actual numbers, because it depends on if you make a left-hand search, a right-hand search, where the victim is, what process it is you use to get them out. There's a lot of different tools in your arsenal. So we could tell you that it took 9 minutes and 10 seconds to get to task and 8 minutes and 47 seconds to get to task between the two 3-person and 4-person crews, but the actual time on task might be variable depending on so many variables. It's just too difficult to quantify. However, you could see that all of those things measure up to significant time savings, and that's all predicated on the concept that you have that extra person immediately available on the engine to do these right off the bat. So before I move on, I know there's a lot of numbers there, but I think it's important that we're all on the same page. So just to make it really easy, we're talking about a 25% faster on-scene time to door ready to move when you have 4 people on duty than if you have 3 people on duty. That means fully suited, tools out, ready to go to do the task. We're talking about a 6% faster time of water to get water on the fire. 25% faster in getting ladders up to the building to effect ventilation or rescue. 6% faster for rescue within the building, and a 19% increase in time savings in regards to getting hoses around the building for either fire attack or protection. I think that's pretty astounding. The differences there are pretty amazing. And when you look at the rest of the NIST studies, when they start showing things like doing those same identical studies, and they put fires in an attic, and they talk about whether it's a composition roof or a shake roof or a concrete tiles roof. We're talking about consistent roof failures of somewhere in the 8 to 10 minute range. So if you start going backwards and you plug in all the times of how long does it take you to recognize that there's a fire, how long does it take you to call there's a fire, how long does it take for the dispatch to get that information and then get it to you? How long does it take you to suit up? How long does it take you to then get in the engine and get there? We're at that limit before we're talking about roof collapse potentially. And so that's why these faster numbers are so critically important. All of that being said, I think what it comes down to is making sure we all understand this is the same synopsis that we talked about last month. And I talked about these in depth, so I don't want to go into them too much unless you really want me to. But we can't go inside that building as a rule unless we have the 2 in, 2 out. There is a variance to that for immediate life threat, but that is a rarity. This is going to improve our automatic and mutual aid response. We talked about the fact that we're able to send people down to the fires in Southern California to help out with the floods in Montecito. It facilitates that whole process in regards to sending people out and maintaining coverage here in town. The 3rd-person medical attendant is providing that paramedic on the ambulance as necessary for severe calls. And I want to clarify one thing. I think last month I said it averages on about once a week. It's actually quantifiable that it happens about every 10 to 11 days, which is about every one and a half weeks. So just make sure we're all on the same page. As you all know, there was an extensive grand jury recommendation and report that we received over the last couple of years, and this is one of the key recommendations the grand jury has for the safety of the community Cambria, is to add the 4th person permanently on the rig for these things. We just completed the MJHMP, the Hazard Mitigation Plan, with the Healthcare District, and a critical recommended component identified in this Hazard Mitigation Plan is putting additional staffing on the fire engine to get us at 4. Obviously, the safety maintenance projects within the community. We talk about hydrants a lot, but there's a lot of other things that can be going on. And quite frankly, that can only happen because I can split the crews as necessary, still have them available to respond, but have one crew doing community business inspections and one crew doing hydrant maintenance, but still be within the community and available. We can't do that if we don't have the people necessary on staff. One of the things identified as a goal to me for the fire department is the expansion of the fire hazard fuel reduction program. Now, I wish I could say it was more measurable and say, we're going to do it in this capacity, we're going to do it by this date. But there's a lot of moving targets in that because we have to coordinate that with the health and safety code requirements. We don't want to step on toes with CAL FIRE because of their LE 100 program, but it would make a lot of sense to adopt and encapsulate a lot of those same concepts, and we're going to have to work extensively with legal counsel to do that, but we need to do it for the continued safety of the community. It does allow for a much more aggressive concept in firefighting tactics, and that, again, is putting us inside the building on a more regular basis to potentially stop the fire at a smaller, incipient stage rather than watching it burn to the ground and saving the foundation. And that leads, again, to the direct potential for property preservation. We did recently have that ISO exhaustive review for the community, and we came out with a 4x standard. I can't tell you that if we lose this person, that's going to go down. We will absolutely lose points, and there's a whole range. So I can just tell you that your homeowner's insurance is directly reflected on this. So it's possible that by a reduction in staffing, you could see a change here. It's just something to consider is all I'm suggesting. And then it's real important to remember that within the last number of years, we're already down 2 positions. We've lost our assistant chief / fire marshal position. So unfortunately, that is my job. So that's other duties is assigned, but that's okay. I knew that coming in here. And we don't have an administrative assistant right now, which means we don't have the ability to keep our doors open and have all those walk-ins for questions and stuff like that. Now, I can't tell you that with an extra person on hand, that's going to change because that's a security issue. If I don't have somebody in the office all the time, we can't have people wandering through the fire station. But it does help, just help answer the phones, help schedule things, help coordinate things all the way through the department. So I think it's important to remember all those things. So in a conclusion, what we are obviously recommending, what I am recommending as your technical expert, if you will, for the fire department and emergency services is to get us to a level or allow us to go to vote for that 4-person engine company. And you absolutely have the right to determine what level of service you want. That's within your right. It's within the community's right to vote. That being said, we're not going to compromise safety. We're not going to just go ahead and then make decisions contrary to OSHA and NFPA standards because we only have 3 people on duty. So that won't be compromised and hasn't been in the past. And I think it's important to remove that this is just, remember that this is how we're considering and moving on to provide the best level of service for the community. And ultimately, I think we owe it to them to do that. We have the right and responsibility to provide the best reasonable level of service we can, and that is where we are with our staffing levels. And I'm over to you for any questions or any points of clarification I can possibly offer.
I would entertain a motion to extend the meeting if anyone would like to make one where we are.
Sure, I'll extend it. I'll make a motion to extend the meeting. I think 6:30 would be good.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to go to 6:30. Can we please have a roll call?
Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you. Sorry, Jay.
That's okay.
Yes.
Let
Vice
me
President
ask a
Berenger.
question. I think that because this really isn't on video, when you were talking about help maintain ISO 4X classification and how it may affect
yes.
insurance, if you could comment on that again. And also, there was a fire that you responded to a while back that tragically left a death. But can you speak a little bit toward that and how four people helped?
Absolutely. The ISO rating is something that's done by the Insurance Services Organization. I forget exactly what it stands for. And they quantify and measure everything about your agency and your response area. So they look at your hydrant system, your water infrastructure, your availability equipment, your placement of stations and equipment, your personnel, your response times, your average call volume, everything they could possibly look at, similar to what we're already doing in a self-assessment. And then they give you a number. And as you get into a larger, more urban area with more engines and more response areas, and more personnel, you're going to see that number go down. So this is that inverse relationship. A 1 is better than a 10, if that makes sense. We have for years, we were at the 6 and then 5 level, and then this last year we were able to get to 4 and 4X. So there is a category, and I don't know the exact numbers. I could get them for you if you want, but let's just, for argument's sake, your point level is from 101 to 150 is a 4x. And you're going to lose points if we drop personnel staffing. That doesn't mean you're going to automatically go to a 5x. It just means you're going to lose points. Depending on where you are in that scale, it could affect that. But that's all that means. In regards to your question of the fatal fire we had on Leona, we did have 4 personnel on when that happened, and they were able to effect an immediate search prior to even putting water on the fire, and were able to bring the occupant out. The occupant was technically still alive at that time. They had succumbed already to exhaustive smoke inhalation, and that's what the autopsy and coroner were able to prove after the fact. But that was because of a number of factors in regards to age and health and some other things that were going on. That being said, if we didn't have the 4 people on and we didn't get the resources from Station 10 and automatic aid from south of here, we would have basically sat there and put water on the fire, unless we knew for an absolute fact there was somebody in there that was still viable. So there's a lot of very quick evaluations that happen on a very real-time basis, and it's entirely possible that they could have made the choice to go in, knowing that there was a known rescue in place. They also may have chosen not to do that based on the evaluation of the building, because if it's fully charged with smoke and fire, there's not going to be somebody viable inside, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of moving targets on that, but we were actually able to put people inside the building and affect that potential rescue because of the people we had there.
I would just like to preface the comments I'm about to make with this really strong statement. This is coming from a very sincere place that I believe that this community, if they want to pay for an extra firefighter on the engine, that is up to this community. I want to make sure, and I have been pushing hard at Mr. Gruber and Chief Hollingsworth to really justify the need for the additional personnel on the truck. I am 100% behind this fire department, and having the CCSD have a fire department is a big responsibility, but it's something that so far we have handled. That said, I remain unconvinced that the additional person and the additional 3 firefighters that this would require because of the staffing 24/7 is overkill for a community of our size. Again, I'm all for if this community votes to tax themselves to pay for this and recognizes this would be an ongoing and increasing cost with raises and benefits and things like that, then that's up to the community. I don't want to make that decision for the community. But I really want to be clear, the 4 personnel, 1 is a reserve, correct?
It will remain to be a reserve, correct.
So we're really talking about having 2 full-time firefighters or 3 full-time firefighters, plus a reserve on the engine, right? Those are the 2.
No, we will.
Let's say we go to the ballot and it doesn't pass.
We will maintain a full-time captain and a full-time engineer and a reserve firefighter.
So the engine would go out with 3 personnel.
3 people.
1 would be reserve, and then 2 would be full-time.
2 would be career, correct.
Career.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting my
That's okay.
nomenclature. So we're really talking about having a 3rd career firefighter on the engine in addition to the reserve.
Correct.
Okay. How many structure fires out of the fires in the last 7 years have been? I mean, how many of the fires you fought been structure fires over the last several years? Do you know?
We're averaging about 1 a month. Fire.
That's how many fires? Are they all structure fires?
No, they're not all structure.
Okay.
You're asking just structure fires?
Yeah, specifically.
At least half of those.
about.
I could break them down more so, but
It would be helpful because when in situations where it is a structure fire, that is really the time that it would be needed the most, correct?
Yes.
And in other situations, like the situation that wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't a structure fire downtown that we had, where we had to have the evacuation, right?
No, that was a wildland fire.
Okay.
And for similar type reasons, the extra person would be immediately. Now we're using NIST to justify the structure fire response.
Right.
They would have similar numbers to do the same thing for vegetation fire response.
Okay, and we do have Cal Fire Station 10 here and they have 2 people on their equipment, yes?
They either have 2 or 3 depending on the time of the year, and sometimes depending on state level funding, they might have 4.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it just kind of, and obviously at times when we had Hearst Castle be threatened, there was 1 million people here.
Yes, from all over the state and out of the state. And that's assuming they're in the community.
Right, and as you were saying, 15 firefighters, personnel need to be on site if it's a 2-story structure fire.
Yes.
But we have to get people from out of town to cover that, whether we have 3 or 4.
And quite honestly, every community in this county has to do the same thing. Even the largest staffed community, being San Luis City, doesn't have enough to meet the first alarm. So they automatically get automatic aid from CAL FIRE, both north and south of town. And if they need any other trucks, they come from either Atascadero or South County.
There can always be an event where there would be there's always an event you can come up with that would necessitate having the extra firefighter. We need to be looking at in a very practical way about how many times have we needed that, how many times did it actually make a difference, and fortunately we have had 2 years to see what it's like to have that additional personnel. And looking at the numbers since 2012, since I joined the board, over half every year of the calls that are made are medical.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at a difference between the number of fires, incidents from the reports, from the annual reports, is 72 since 2012 to the end of 2017, and 3,130 medical calls. Mm-hmm. And I know that our folks are trained medically. It seems, I don't know what the cost is, and we don't charge the healthcare district or anybody for that. So it's essentially a dry run where we get to test the engine and make sure that the gas mileage is probably, how many, 5 miles to the gallon?
I would have to check, I don't know.
So here's my main point here. I think that we definitely the safety of the personnel is critical. Being able to respond to an emergency is critical, but we cannot be planning for every possibility that might happen, because I'm pretty sure that the Montecito Fire Department didn't plan for a mudslide like the one they experienced.
Exactly.
And you kind of can't plan for everything, and if there were to be a wildland fire, 4 or 3, you get there as fast as you can and you do what you can to shut it down, like the one that was up the hill from Tin City. Mm-hmm. And fortunately, didn't we only have 3 at that point?
Oh, we had 4 people on that.
That was during the time when we had the 4th?
Are you talking about the one on Main Street?
No, I'm talking about the one that was several years ago.
Oh, if it was several years ago,
maybe over by the junior high.
Okay, that would have been, if it's as long ago as I remember, it would have been 3 immediately.
Okay,
Yeah.
so our firefighters, engineers, captains, however you want to give them the title, do a great job doing what they do, and I don't want to take resources away, but it is a larger chunk of responsibility when you have the extra personnel. I would say that not only do we have about 70% of them are medical calls, we've almost doubled the number of public service assists, which I believe is things like, correct me if I'm wrong, things like changing batteries in smoke alarms?
It
smoke
can be.
detectors?
It is
Okay.
much more frequently that it is someone calling saying, with this being an elderly community, I need help getting up to go to
Okay.
and so we're actively all 4 people going inside to carry them downstairs, put them in the car. And before we had 4 people, it was not uncommon to have both our agency and the ambulance, or our agency and CAL FIRE come and do that, so we had enough people to safely bring somebody downstairs.
Okay.
So we were still needing the people to do it, but now we're able to do it for the most part entirely in-house.
Okay, so, yeah, and then sending people out for mutual aid and auto aid, I think, is a great way to ensure that our folks get some experience in real situations.
Absolutely.
Because you don't want to have folks, I mean, all the training in the world is awesome, but when you're in a real fire situation, I would imagine that's not exactly the same as a training.
That's
So we
very
have to
true,
be
and so sending
prepared,
people
so-
down to the Rye Fire or the Thomas Fire, or helping out in Montecito, or having people assigned through our USAR teams for the county, or whatever, you're gaining, and this I don't want this to sound callous, but you're gaining experience at some other
Agreed.
agency's expense.
Yes, I think it's
And
one of
so
the benefits,
it's
for sure.
invaluable, and being able to have the extra person on staff allows us to do that and still maintain a presence here.
And that would be part of the cost that the community bears. So I think that, and I have these graphs for if any of the board members or public would like to have them, that I did from the numbers from the reports of since 2012, because I apparently don't have enough to do in my life already. But I want to make sure that the community is aware that this is, having a department of career firefighters is unusual for a community our size, and we used to be volunteer, and a lot of the communities in the country that are our size, in fact the great majority of them are volunteer or mostly volunteer, meaning there's a couple of career folks, but the majority is volunteer, and our reserves are not considered volunteer, correct?
Absolutely not. And you've raised an interesting point, and I addressed this in the presentation last month and didn't want to be redundant now, but I believe I was very clear in the fact that volunteerism and that reserve concept is very alive within the fire service on the East Coast and in the Midwest. It's a dying breed on the West Coast. And although in the relatively recent past, we were a reserve agency that relied heavily on people living within the community and having a pager and responding out of the goodness of their heart because they wanted to give back. That concept, as much as I like it, is dead. We had 17 people in 2000 that lived in town that were trained to do this job. We have 2 now. And the training requirements just to get them to that point have gone from 90 hours at that time to over 750 hours now just to maintain those certifications. So if you wanted to be a reserve in Cambria and provide that level of service and be available to do exactly what you're talking about, which is a great concept, you have to have people that are willing and able to spend the money to go through the academies, get the training, get the EMAT training, the hazmat training, and then be available with little to no compensation if something happens.
How did they do it back east?
It is a much more vibrant concept. Volunteerism is still very alive on the East Coast. The last time I was at the Fire Academy in Maryland, I was talking extensively with some of the people that I met back there just through the networking process, and they have very alive, brand new, these amazing companies that are having, all of their equipment is less than 2 years old. Their stations are brand new. Everything is spit shine like you wouldn't believe because they don't pay a dime to their people. It is completely
But they still
altruistic.
They
train and they do what they can, and they maintain a different, honestly, lower level of training, but that doesn't mean that they're not capable of doing what they can do. And ideally, that's fantastic. It just doesn't work. Now, you mentioned that it's unusual for a town of our size to have that. Not on the West Coast. Midwest and back east, absolutely. You would see people sitting at home, maybe with a light bar on their home vehicle, and they would be responding that way. It just doesn't happen out here. And in addition, to show you that this is a growing problem, CAL FIRE that runs Pismo right now just eliminated their reserve program because they can't maintain it. There's nobody there in the South County that wants to participate. Five Cities Fire Authority is looking at eliminating their very active, for many years, like premier reserve program and hiring all full-time personnel because they can't maintain the staffing. There's not enough people that are willing to spend that level of time and effort to do the job and be available if needed. And so it's unfortunately the trend. It is what it is. And we're in a position where we have a responsibility to continue to provide this level of service to the community. And we're at a position, kind of a crossroads. And this has been growing pains since I started. And I don't see it changing 15, 20 years down the road other than moving more and more so in this direction. And you're absolutely right. You cannot staff for every possible. If we did, we'd have a helicopter with a crew based right out here with a dip station and an airfield.
The population, probably.
Exactly. It would be amazing to be able to provide that level of service, but it's not realistic. I think what we're looking at here with the relatively low cost to the community and the citizens to provide this level of service is absolutely feasible.
Vice President Behringer.
Just a quick follow-up. We were talking about the one fire where there was a death.
Yes.
And you were there with 4 people.
Yes.
Was CAL FIRE there at the same time? Or
They came in after us.
How much after?
They were in town, and I think they were there within about 2 minutes. I would have to double-check the time, but they were there relatively quick.
So 2 minutes after you went in there.
Before our crew was there.
And those 2 people could have helped the 2 in.
They absolutely could have supplied the 2 out with that time delay.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I also recognize that 5 minutes is important, especially in a forested community. So I'm conflicted.
That's why I think it might be good to actually go to the ballot on this. And I'm very, very glad to hear that you don't sound defensive to me, which is good, because this is about providing the information, because fire is a scary thing and emergencies suck. And you don't want to be in a situation, I mean, I thought about it before I even brought any of this up. I want people to come to my house if my house is on fire and save me.
Right.
I mean, we all want to make sure that we have safety, but you can't guarantee safety. And just an additional firefighter doesn't necessarily get you there to safety, because there's always going to be something that you can't predict. So I just wanted to be clear here. We need to decide today whether or not having 3 firefighters plus a reserve, the reserve's always available?
We are currently scheduling with them.
2, so
we have a staff of about 12 reserves right now.
Oh, okay.
That rotate and fill in that 4th position.
Okay, great. That's good. So we always do have the 4th with the reserve. Okay, that's great. So the decision we need to make today is not about going to the ballot. Today the decision is, do we want to try and staff the fire department to 3 career firefighters with the 1 reserve? And if we do, then we have to consider how we're going to fund that. And really the best way to be doing that is through a ballot measure and a tax. Director Wharton.
With our time constraints on this, is that decision we need to make now? Because we have, the February 21st deadline?
We were hoping that
ballot?
the board would do one of 2 things today, and correct me if I'm wrong, District Council. Decide to not move forward with a ballot measure or to move forward with a ballot measure. There's a 10-day period. If you were to say, okay, we want to move forward with a ballot measure, we have 10 days, and we could hold a special board meeting 10 days from now, bringing the necessary documentation to make that process move forward. If you decided not to, then obviously that would be a moot point. Just one thing to take into consideration: there are 2 opportunities to be on the ballot. One is in June and one is in November. So if the decision was not to be made today, one of the things the board needs to consider is that there would be additional funding required from the general fund to make up the difference between getting this on the June ballot and getting it on the November ballot. So as District Council Carmel indicated, that even though we, whatever you decide to do, even though if we're successful with it, there's still a period of time before you receive those first tax revenues, which would be January.
And again, this is not the time to be making the decision about going to a ballot measure, we need to decide first whether we're going to have a third career firefighter on staff 24/7. Then we can set a special meeting so that we can notify the public that we're going to go to a ballot measure and get the more detailed information we need to get for the amounts and everything like that. If this board wants to move forward with having 3 career firefighters, then that is the plan going forward, is to have a special meeting so we can meet the deadlines to get on to June. I would just like to note that even being on the June ballot and the measure passes with a 2/3 vote, we will be paying essentially out of the general fund a full year of money, because the funding from SAFER it ends in March.
Half a year, Madam President.
No, we're already covering the 3 months of the remainder of this fiscal year.
Yes, ma'am.
And we will probably not have the first revenues until at the earliest December, correct?
Of 2018. 2018, correct.
So the amount of, we're not talking about it, we don't have a very flush general fund, and so I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that there would be a financial impact.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, and you're absolutely right, I want to make sure the board understands. So there's 2 scenarios. If you do decide to put it on this quickest ballot, which is in June, and it passes, then that's the end of this fiscal year, June 30th, and we have it funded up until June 30th of fiscal year 17-18.
Correct.
So now you're into calendar year 2019, which would be, or 2000, you're still 2000, calendar year 2018. Excuse me, if you were to receive revenues in December, you would still be in calendar year 2018, 2019. So you're right, there is a funding portion that would need to be met by the board. You're absolutely right. It just depends on to what extent.
And an uncertainty to the firefighters that are currently in those positions, because I'm assuming that they would want to stay on should the measure pass. And if the measure doesn't pass, then we do what? Then they're out of a job in June? That seems kind of sticky.
That's correct. But also, the flip side of that is they're waiting for a decision to be made now either way. So if there was a decision to be made to not put this on the ballot, then they know that they have a position and a job until the end of this fiscal year. If there was a decision to be made to put it on the ballot, they still have a position till the end of this fiscal year, with the hopes that the ballot measure would pass. So you're absolutely right. So I think in all fairness to the firefighters, some decision has to be made from a policy standpoint regarding how you want to move forward. That's all.
I completely agree, and I think that's why we should have made the decision about whether to have 3 career firefighters before we applied for the SAFER grant, but that's water under the bridge. Vice President Berenger.
I have an opinion that it would be inappropriate for us to make, first of all, I don't agree with your analysis that we have to make a decision whether we have 3 firefighters and also whether there's a ballot measure. I tend to think that what we need to do, and I think that if we tried to have a ballot as early as June, it would be not only costly, but I think we need enough time to be able to have the community weigh through the whole issue. So I feel that a good way to proceed on this is to have a citizens committee determine where we're going to get the money. And it could be with Mission County fees. It could be some other way, doing some other adjustment. And unfortunately, the effect of that would be after March or after June, that there would be a gap until funds are received, that we would have to reinstitute essentially a 4-man fire truck. But Yeah, well, there would be a gap, but the gap would only be sending us back 2 years, and hopefully in a year out, we have either a way of funding or a ballot measure that was successful.
So are you suggesting that we don't try to go to a ballot, that you're suggesting that we do have a third full-time career fire person?
A goal would be to have a career firefighter, but if there's a gap in funding, that we would go back to two.
Okay, so you're suggesting we take a little more time, but then in June that those positions wouldn't be funded, and therefore we would go back to what we had before, which is the 2+1.
And hopefully for a period of 7 months. So either there's a ballot measure or we find money from some other sources. And I'm just suggesting, it's not me. What I'm saying is I do support the third career firefighter, but I do also realize that we need the money first, and we should look for money and/or make sure that the ballot measure, if there is one, and it's suggested by input from the community, that we reinstate a third career firefighter. That would be the approach I would take.
Madam President, just real quickly.
Yes.
So, Vice President Berenger referenced the Mission Country disposal source as a revenue, and that is the board's discretion. But you have to remember, that's only about $66,000. And the reason that money in the budget process was allocated for these positions is as a stopgap measure between March and June 30th of fiscal year 17-18. So I just want the board to understand, even if that money is reappropriated in the beginning of, it's insufficient.
Right.
Because we're looking at a total cost of $306,000, so you're only talking about 25%. So it could be used as a portion, but understanding that it's not going to be sufficient. Even if we were to go back to Mission Country Disposal and to the Prop 218 process and ask to raise, that's only going to be a portion of it. So just wanted to let you know that.
And my intention was not to take all of Mission County and use it for firefighting and that's it. Yeah, it would be, I understand it's a stopgap measure. If we got a little bit more of a percentage, it'd only be another $6,000 or $8,000 or $10,000, which is almost insignificant. But we could use that in the future for future funding. And also, maybe there are not a lot of other areas where there's extra money, but if I know there's other people in the community that want the forest management plan to be put in. So I think we can have more comprehensive, more things, and when people see the amount effect on their property tax, if it can be minimal, I think several things should be addressed, and the public may not support a third career firefighter, and we don't know. And so if we assigned, my approach or my motion, if there was a motion, would be that prior to next meeting, each director find a citizen that would like to be on similar to the Build-Out Reduction Ad Hoc Committee, and we have a committee of 5 people open to the public that say yes, no, whatever, so we know if in fact the community is really behind this, then yeah, we should move forward. But right now, there's just 5 people here that are saying yes, we're going to have 3 or not, and I'm not prepared to guarantee a job for everybody beyond June at this moment.
Thank you for that. I think the urgency had to do with we want to be respectful of the people that are in those positions, and that last year we kind of got sidetracked with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and Vice President Sanders and I had been on track to get this done, so we wouldn't have this gap. It just didn't end up happening that way, unfortunately. So that's kind of where the urgency to get it to June comes from, at least on my part, is the recognition that we should have really done this last year, but we didn't get to it.
Right, and it shouldn't go without saying, especially for the new board members, that both Mike Thompson and Greg Sanders were very strong on saying, yes, if we're going to keep going, these guys have a job after June, and that was a decision that was made by the board there, and they were very strong on it. Unfortunately, I agree with you, that this may not be exactly the time that we can support that, or maybe we can. But
I kind of support that path forward. I'd like to hear from other board members what their thoughts are on something of that nature.
Chief, if we allow these young men that we've got on board now to leave in July 1st, what are the chances we're going to get them back in March of next year?
I can't prophetically answer that question.
Why not?
People in this job are looking for full-time career employment, and if you make a decision that suggests that there's any ambiguity in your direction, they're going to be aggressively looking for work elsewhere.
Which I think is why I think that we make the decision first about having 3 personnel. That way it's a distinct decision, and when we do the ballot measure and how we approach that with a committee or something, and when we put it on the ballot, then is a separate issue, and that's what I was. Director Wharton.
A follow-up on Director Pearson's question is, we may not be able to get these 3 individuals back, but when we flew the position of this extra firefighter, what was the response? Do we have 3 applicants? We just took them all? Did we have 400 and we took the best? Or what's if we were to fly the position again and when it's necessary, how fast do we think we will be able to fill that position with quality candidates?
Well, when we filled it initially, it was during the CAL FIRE management stretch, if you will, and the decision was made at that time to use the already qualified people that we have in-house, because remember, our reserves are trained to the same level, they have to be, and so they did a competitive internal test of all candidates. So it was exhaustive in how it did, so there was 14, I think, at the time, that all tested, and these 3 people got it. If you open this position up for testing down the road, I would venture to guess we would have aggressive applicants both internally and externally if we went that route. So filling it down the road would not really be a problem because, again, it's not uncommon to have numerous applications for each job. I'm very sympathetic to the financial concerns and questions and direction that you're talking about. This is not necessarily the right time to be coming, as pretty much all of the meeting we're discussing the financial responsibilities of the district, whether it's in infrastructure and other areas or not. Unfortunately, that doesn't take away from the responsibility to still provide this level of service to the community. And so, in my humble opinion, the public needs to make that decision.
All right, we are almost at 6:30. I've got Jerry McKinnon for public comment.
Yeah, Jerry McKinnon. I'm beginning to feel my age. There's a generation gap here. We asked what would happen if whatever happened down in Montecito happened here. The answer is, well, we'll look to somebody else to solve our problems. Well, I'm of a generation where you face up to it, you face the facts, and you solve your own problems. Now, that's where we are. And I'm reminded of a poem. For the want of a nail, a shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, a horse was lost. For the want of the horse, the battle was lost. For want of the battle, the war was lost. For the want of the war, we lost a nation. Now, so face up to it. You want the public to tell you whether or not to do it? You have that option right now. You put that petition out there, and then you'll get a reaction on the voting time. In the meantime, you're chewing up time. And you're talking about money, big deal, $5 a month for a taxpayer. Now, that ain't going to break anybody up. Now, you have a little episode here where you maybe have 6 months where you got to come up with some money. That's only $25,000 a month. And it might be something less than that if you're the way you handle the money, because we're looking at a new budget starting in July of this year. And we have between now and July to come up with that $25,000 out of that budget where we're spending the money. Come on, face up to it. Put it out there. We need protection. We need that fourth man up there. Do it. Do it now. Thank you.
All right, we need to have another motion so we can at least finish this item, please.
I make a motion that we continue this meeting until 7:15.
Is there a second?
Amend to 7, and I'll second.
That's fine.
I second.
Moved and seconded till 7 o'clock. Let's have a vote, and it requires 4/5 to pass.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Pearson? Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. So let's take some action on this. We need to, the way that I see it, we have an option to say we're going to do 3, and then we set a meeting to determine how we're going to approach the ballot measure, which would be either to try and get it on the June ballot and or appoint a committee and do it the way that Vice President Berenger had laid out, or some other alternative. So I would entertain a motion of some sort.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we fund the 3 career firefighters until such time as the ballot either passes or does not pass, with the provision that we do it through the first 6 months of next fiscal year.
So through December. All right. Is there a second? And then we'll.
I would seek a. I'll probably vote for it anyway, but I'd seek an amendment that the supposition is that there's a ballot measure. I would agree to fund the 3rd firefighter through the first half of next year. And not continue beyond that unless a funding source has been gained. And the reason I'm making that difference is perhaps there's if it's not a ballot measure, it might be something else. It might be another grant. It might be whatever other way we move things around in the budget in order to make something happen. So that's the only, with that friendly amendment, I would support that. I would second it.
Absolutely. Great amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that we fund the positions and we consider ballot measure June, or didn't say timing-wise?
Right, and
I just want clarification on what the motion is.
And I would not support that if we are trying to get it on the June ballot. I think we need it to be later. If we can and we get it there, fine, but I don't want that to be the criteria. And I don't even want a ballot measure to be a criteria. We'll fund it through the end, essentially the end of this calendar year. And if we're writing a deficit, we're going to have to make it up. We can't do it with rates, by the way. The rates cannot change.
No, but then we also don't have the monies in the general fund to cover water and wastewater until the rate study comes through to fund the infrastructure.
So let's work on the rates faster.
I know, we're doing as fast as we can. So we have a motion and a second to, can you please restate the motion so everybody's clear? Thank you, Ms. Madrid.
I'm just going to read the whole thing.
Thank you.
Move to fund the 3 career firefighters until the, hang on a second. The time the ballot measure passes and through the first 6 months of the next fiscal year. It was amended to the first half of the next year and not continue beyond that unless there's a funding source gained.
No, I think it didn't. So we're saying we're going to fund them through the end of this calendar year and until there's a funding source. Not the fiscal year, the calendar year. Right. So the motion is and if there's no funding source, no matter what it is, then there's no more. So 2019 would be back to 3.
Clarification.
Is your target then, if you decide your funding source is a ballot measure, would be November?
That's my intent of doing it, because in 10 days, I'm afraid that we don't have enough time for the community to give us feedback. I don't think we have enough time to get a successful ballot on the measure on the ballot. And if it takes 2/3, your turnout in November is far greater. And especially if there's any other benefits to the community that they can absorb and understand, and if there's ways that we can get more funding somehow by having a fourth person, those are the reasons I think it's premature for June.
Madam President, just remember that if that's then you won't get your funding. You won't get your funding until the following June.
Right.
And so
we would have to fund them through the following.
And I'm
But
hearing
they wouldn't be funded, because if we don't have the funding in December, we don't have the funding in December, and that's the end of that.
But we could always revisit it.
But if we have a ballot measure in November, we would know in December, by the end of December, what the results of any ballot measure that if we did go that direction, we would have the results of that ballot measure by the end of December, so we'd have a funding source, yes?
Well, we wouldn't get the actual funds, but there would be a
Right,
source.
we wouldn't have but we would know that we possibly either could get. Director Wharton.
Okay, so we ballot measure in June. We're looking at December, January for those funds to actually come in. If we're looking in November, we're looking at May or June.
Mm-hmm.
So we're really looking at funding through the first half of the first half of the next budget.
Right, from our general funds,
Or
cash on hand. Yeah.
and that's if we go with a ballot measure in June. If we go through the ballot measure in November, then we're funding it for the whole fiscal year in June.
No, because the decision we're making today is that we're going to fund it only until the end of the calendar year. The success or failure of a ballot measure.
If the ballot measure passes in November, we won't see those funds until, then we still have to come up with the funds to pay them. We just can't give them an IOU and an envelope and say.
Correct. Correct. But
They might do that.
we may have more comfort to be able to fund, or we drop back to 3 for 6 months.
I was just trying to wrap my head around dates and funding times.
I think from what you've said, you do clearly understand what we're looking at timing wise. Yes, Mr. Gruber.
No, I won't say it. Never mind.
Okay, that's good. Now that is there any further discussion before we take a vote on the measure?
Well, I haven't spoken until now because I just want things to kind of move forward, but I just want to briefly piggyback, or not necessarily piggyback, but be in agreement with the ambivalence that both the President and the Vice President have expressed with regard to taking on added expense at this very challenging time with regard to finances at the district. I appreciate the fact also that in a serious emergency, we do have CAL FIRE right around the corner, and which I feel is something that we can rely on. And, my decision is based on those criteria right there.
All right, I think we're ready for a vote. Let's have a vote, please.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
I just feel that this is going to put a big crunch on the budget and take a big chunk out of the wallet that we have to work with through the rest of the fiscal year. And with CAL FIRE being around the corner, as Director Farmer pointed out, does offer some brief assurances. I would rather go into this with a funding measure in place versus trying to fill the cookie jar when all the hands have taken the cookies out. So, no.
Director Farmer?
No.
President Rice?
No. I would like to make a motion that we've already committed to the end of the fiscal year. I would like to make a motion that we move forward with a committee and looking into having some public input and potentially getting a ballot measure, and I tend to agree with Director Wharton about having the funding in place. It is about a year that we would be falling back to the 2+1, but I think it's a smarter way to do and not putting the cart before the horse yet again. So I would move that we put together a committee to have citizen input for a potential funding source, whether it's a ballot measure or not, going forward.
Maybe I'm just misunderstanding how the process is going to be working, and directed to Vice President Behringer, why can't there be a motion and a second and a vote to move this to a June ballot? What is the concern about the 10 days, the committee? Can you enlighten me a little bit more on that portion of it, or if District Council Carmel can weigh in? Maybe I'm just misunderstanding the machinations of the House.
There's no legal concern. I think Vice President Behringer was talking about the time needed to garner support for the measure, that he didn't feel that was sufficient time. And we're not talking about the 10 days or 20 days to the special meeting. I think he's talking about subsequently the time needed to actually garner local support until June is not sufficient. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, let me ask you a question too. It's important. It requires a 2/3 vote, but this isn't like a Prop 218. This requires 2/3 of the voters to come out.
Of the voters voting at that election.
At that election. So,
Not.
Oh.
If we go on June, the District 2 supervisor for the county is on the ballot in June.
That's true too. Never mind.
So I made a motion and I didn't hear a second. The motion was to, at the end of June, the motion was to, can you please read back the motion? Ms. Madrid?
To put together a committee to review or to look for a funding source.
We're talking about a committee made up of not only
With
board
citizens.
members, but citizens of the community.
Yes.
I like the idea of the committee, I really do.
Yeah.
Okay, but at the same time, concerned about having only 3 firefighters. There are things that the chief didn't bring up, and one of them is that we're an island here, okay? Mutual assistance is great. If CAL FIRE's here, great, they're going to come over and they're going to help us out, okay? But if we have a house fire that gets away from chief's group and CAL FIRE, then we're talking about a forest fire. And to get anybody else to come here takes 30 minutes at least, okay, to respond, all right? So if we were in Cambria, or if we were in Morro Bay, or if we were in someplace else that has close neighbors that can help and assist and that kind of thing, I would feel better about going down to 3 firefighters on the truck in the fire season, July through September, October, November, right? Which is what we're saying, than I do now, okay? So I would rather see us put it on the ballot for June. I understand the way you feel about having a committee, and I'm all for it. We do have to have public comment. I would beseech the public, whether you feel pro or anti on this, to come out and tell us and to speak up, because a meeting that we're going to be having next week probably, excuse me, will determine where we go. So
Okay, so we didn't get a second, so my motion fails. I would entertain another motion.
Could I-
Director Farmer.
Okay.
Director Farmer.
Your motion was with regard to having a committee, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'll second that, and I do want to make one comment about what Director Pearson just said, and he was defining the fire season. I have a feeling if I were to ask Chief Hollingsworth, the fire season is now 12 months out of the year.
To comment on, or to make another motion in a way, if we have to decide this in 10 days. So if we, correct? If we want to get it on the June ballot.
You'd have to have a board meeting, probably in about 14 days. We have to have a notice public hearing.
Okay, so why don't we have a board meeting, invite the public, and have them help decide this? I like the idea of a committee. The public's out there. Let them come and comment on it. Give us their guidance on whether they think this would be a successful way to approach it. And then, okay, now all of a sudden I would support the June ballot. With what just came up as far as the supervisor being on, and the fact that we don't have to have a big turnout. My motion is that we schedule a special meeting to address this issue within the next 10 days.
Second. Are there further discussion or questions?
Are we scheduling that the meeting be within the next 10 days?
Yes, it has to be to meet the deadline to get onto the June ballot. It would have to be.
No,
Just
14 seconds.
Let me clarify. We have to get all the material necessary to the county by February 21st.
Right.
We need to have a notice public hearing between now and then. It has to be at least 14 days out to get the notice to the paper and to have that hearing.
Right.
Okay.
You could do it any time after 14 days all the way until, say,
The 20th. Okay. So between 2 weeks from now and the 20th of February.
Madam President and Board, I just want to make...
Thank you for
I just
that
need clarification on something. So this meeting that we're referring to, special meeting, I just want to make sure we knock this out of the park and do exactly what you want us to do. At that time, we need to have the appropriate staff report and the appropriate resolution to enable us to move forward at that time.
Yes.
Is that, okay, good. I just want to make sure because Monique and I and District Council, because if we don't have that, then where do we go from there? And then we lose that window.
Otherwise, there's no reason to have the special meeting right away.
Correct. I just want to make sure that we're doing that, because there's been a lot of motions and a lot of seconds and a lot of counter motions, and we want to make sure that
now we have clarity that we are going to schedule a special meeting between 14 days and
the
20th of February.
And we should be scheduling it right now.
Okay. Can we do this motion and then look at our calendars?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that once we determine exactly what it is that we're going to be doing, that this gets really good coverage in the Cambrian.
I'm sure it will.
And maybe even an article in the Tribune to make sure that people are aware that this is a happening thing.
And I have no doubt that getting support from the community by June is not going to be an issue. If we have support, we have support. This town loves its fire department, and so I don't think that that's going to be a problem.
But as part of conversation, they love the fire department, but if we shoot this bullet, then somebody's going to want to have the ranch taken care of. Then so I was trying to
we have a
more
lot of things,
covered.
right?
That's all.
And you make a good point. This is not the only thing we need to fund, but this is the only thing that we're talking about funding right now. So that said, can we have a roll call, please, on the motion made by Director Berenger? Or me? I seconded.
Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. If you pull your calendars, we're looking for a date. Do we have the schedule for the Vets Hall so that we don't double book?
I like a Thursday because the public knows Thursdays, so February 1st would work great for me.
Is that enough? That's not enough time. We need to have at least
14 days?
at least
The 8th would be the next Thursday that we could do
the
that.
8th would be the first Thursday? Coastal Commission's here in town, yeah. Thank you.
6th.
Does that work timing-wise for the calendar?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, the 6th,
And for me, because I'm having a
February
procedure on
6th.
the 8th and I won't be able to be here, so I want to make sure I'm here, so.
$2:00 again?
I don't have a problem with that. Tuesday, 2?
Tuesday at 2?
At the 6th?
The 6th?
I'm afraid I won't be available on that day, but let me just say this much. I think I have 4 capable people sitting around me here, and so if I'm not available, I'm sure things will go on without me, but I'm not available on February the 6th.
Okay.
And probably not for a few days after.
And are you available on the 5th?
I could do that.
The 5th, is that enough time for us to get our notices out and everything?
Yes.
I'm available on the 5th also.
5th is good.
5th it is.
What time would you like, Harry? What's a good time of the day? Did you have a preference? Is 2:00 good for you too?
I could ideally do it at 3:00, but I think you'd probably want to do it earlier than that.
Well, 3.
3 is fine with me.
3 is fine with me.
Is the Vets Hall available?
We have Art Beat in the dining room at 3 and Lions line dancing at 6 in the main hall.
So it works.
Oh, Lions, turns out the Lions don't have line dancing. They're
It's a
using-
big, I know, that doesn't exist.
No. I mean,
If I show up for line dancing, there'll be nobody here?
there is line dancing, but there you go. Thank you for paying
Thank
for
you.
it, for using the hall.
And I'm just picturing lions doing line dancing. I mean, the 4-legged ones. That's-
Ms. Walker, could they do it not in the main room? Could they do it over in the fire in the other room?
I can call somebody, well, if they've got somebody over there, perhaps not.
Let's tentatively schedule it.
Let's schedule it for 3:00 on the 5th for right now, and then we can figure out.
Some way they can do that, because sometimes there's 5 people, sometimes there's 25.
Right, okay. Would you please do that
Thank
for us?
you
But in the
very
meantime,
much.
tentatively, we'll do that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker, I appreciate that.
So do you want a 5th brought on the 5th or no?
So 3 p.m. on February 5th here at the Vets Hall. Did you get that, sir? Thank you. We are, and I assume, Chief Hollingsworth, that you will put out the word to the crowds to get them here and make sure that we don't mess with the maximum occupancy here. All right. We're going to go to 6C, and we're going to be out of time, and I think that means that we need to be doing an extra meeting anyway. So I think we can address on the 5th. I want to make sure that we get this one, because we had this on consent, but we had some questions, and so we wanted to put it on the regular agenda.
I
Item
agree. I know
6C.
Director Farmer has some good questions.
Mr. Carmel.
about this.
And Madam President, we do have to at least do one item with regard to 6D. We have to set the time for the regular February meeting.
We can't do that on the 5th?
We can.
We can do it. We can do it now.
No,
I don't have a problem with that.
We can do it then.
Yeah, because he's talking about the the meeting on February 22nd.
We can't address that.
So, for February.
Sure.
Do you want to do the whole thing? Do you want to do the calendar for? The thing is.
So wait, we're on item 6C right now.
Okay.
Right. I just wanted to indicate we need to eventually set the regular meeting time for the
Yes.
February because it's not set.
So anything that doesn't get taken care of right now will be on the 5th. Will be added to the agenda on the 5th.
Okay.
Is that work? Okay.
So with that, if we're on item 6C, I move that we consider the implementation of water and sewer rates pursuant to Resolution 012016.
Is there a second, and then is there a staff report?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Director Pearson, motion by Vice President Berenger. would you like to make any staff report?
Yes, Madam President.
You have 4 minutes.
Just really quickly, this is a discussion and consideration and implementation of water and sewer rates. If you recall, back in 2015, Bartles and Wells did a Proposition 218 that resulted in a passing of modified water and sewer rates. There was a caveat in that. There was language put in there to address something that the district has not historically addressed, and that's a consumer price index or a consumer CIP, automatic inflationary clause not to exceed 4%. One thing I do want to clarify in this is when Rudy and I were working on the fiscal impact, if you read on the second paragraph, it says, the proposed water and sewer rate increases are necessary to provide adequate revenue to fund the annual cost of water and sewer operations and to reduce the annual budget deficit. The 4% increase in water rates is projected to bring an additional $126,000. What we inadvertently did is included revenues generated from the sustainable water facility what is not applicable to this. Okay. So it should read the projected to bring in an additional $91,000 annual water revenue and 4% increase, and then the figure of $79,475 is correct. If you recall, from 2015 to now, the several increases have occurred as far as from an operational cost, and that was the board was gracious enough to give the SCIU members an 11% raise over a 3-year period of time. There has been increases in the PERS contribution by the district, increases in health cost and premiums for health insurance, and then as we indicate on the last page, several other things include base salaries, health and dental premiums, and workers' compensation premiums. Other miscellaneous increases include the cost of electricity, gasoline, and other insurance premiums, such as the liability of vehicles. There is a paragraph that states help fund critical infrastructure, aging infrastructure components. We could talk Director Farmer and I had a really good conversation about this one. We will continue to fund our aging infrastructure needs. Again, as I touched on earlier when I talked about the CIP list and the catching up, if you will this 4% be sufficient to resolve and address all the infrastructure deficiencies that we have? I want to be honest with you, that's absolutely not the case, and it's not the case. So I don't want the board to think, and thank you, Director Farmer, I don't want the board to think that this 4% is going to significantly help us address our infrastructure or eliminate them. Will it help? Absolutely. These revenues can be used for all of the above things that I indicated. But this is why we put this in there, is because there are inflationary components in utility operations, sometimes that we have control over, sometimes that we don't. And I wanted to make sure that the board and the community understands that the ongoing cost of inflation is all encompassing. It includes the entire cost of operations. If we can continue to do this, even with our new increases, if they're successful, I think that we'll continue to make progress on some of those long-term issues related to infrastructure deficiencies. So I would suggest you support it, but then ultimately that is up to the Board of Directors.
So there's been a motion and a second.
And a second. We do have a public comment, but let me make a little comment.
It's not on this item, though. It's the closing public comment.
Oh, well, okay. Then I think we can call for a vote, but I do want to emphasize the fact that when we were on the rate study, we inadvertently made this mandatory regular. And in the new rate study, if there is a CPI, I think it should be optional each year. The board either accepts it or not. But given the way it's written, I support this, and I think that there's also a motion and a second on the floor.
And I would just point out that in the fiscal year analysis of the budget that was provided earlier today by Mr. Hernandez, we are already at 298% of M&R for water distribution, which means that money's basically already been spent. So we need to be smart about doing this.
One more thing.
No.
I did some quick calculations with Director Wharton when we went over this, and it equates to, I think it was $5.26 every 2 months for the average sewer bill, and about $1.36 per 2 months per water bill. Now, I'm going to get some emails. I know when people get their first, but what I did is I took these dollar amounts right here, and it actually will be less for wastewater because I used $126,000. What I did is divided it by 6 billing payments, divided it by 4,000 customers, and came up with that. So we're probably looking at the $4 to $5 range every 2 months for wastewater, and about $1.37 to $1.40 every 2 month billing cycle for the average water use. So it's not significant. What's that?
Director Farmer, do you have any discussion? I want to make sure that because I know you had a meeting with the general manager, if there was anything that you wanted to add before we take a vote.
Well, thank you for acknowledging me when I didn't even have my light on. Of course, some people say, well, Harry, your light's
And you're
never
almost
on.
out of time because it's 7 o'clock, so.
I just want to say this. The unfortunate situation is the amounts of money that are generated by this 4% increase, as challenging as it is to many people on fixed incomes, is, I hate to say it, this is just the truth, is doing little to nothing to address the major needs of infrastructure improvement at water and wastewater. It's a heartbreaking thing. And I feel really bad for people on fixed incomes that are having to deal with the rate increase when they're not really, I mean, it's just, how can I say it? There's no end in sight other than water connections down the road. That is the only.
We need to take a vote so that we don't go over the time, and I appreciate those comments, both of them, because I think it's an important discussion, and we will be able to have it as we're having a new rate study. I'd like to call the question.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
No.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you very much. We are adjourned for today with the remainder of the items on the agenda for today to be added to the agenda for
Including
the special
closed
meeting
session. Yes, ma'am.
on February 5th. Yeah,
We don't have to. No, nothing's absolutely, we'll do whatever the board desires, but it's nothing,
If we
nothing
need
is,
to, if we can set another special meeting if you want.
nothing's absolutely critical. Well, the staff, I told them, I said, if we have a long board meeting, if the staff can have it. But you know what? If you want it, I'll go open the door for you.